Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the November 15th, 2022 Wildlife Conservation Board meeting. I'm glad to see we're getting a few more people in the audience, which is great from our first time when we were able to meet again in person. So it's great to see everybody here, and welcome to everybody on Zoom. With that, I'll turn it over to the chair to see if he has any opening comments that he wants to make, or we'll just get into the roll call and the meeting.
Let's get rolling.
All right. So first and foremost is a roll call to establish a quorum. So with that, Chuck Bonham.
Here.
Sally Lukenbill for the Department of Finance.
Here.
Samantha Murray.
Here.
Alina Bokde.
Here.
Damon Nagami.
Here.
Fran Pavley.
Here.
And Catherine Phillips.
Here.
All right. And for Senator Borges, Caitlin Peterson. For Senator Stern, Catherine Baxter.
Here.
For Senator Skinner, Katrina Robinson. For Assemblymember Bauer Khan, Keith Chilino.
Here.
For Assemblymember Rivas, Natalie Turan. And for Assemblymember Bennett, Candace Cotton. So we do have a quorum, Mr. Chair. Great. So moving into the agenda, we'll go into item number 2. This is an opportunity for public to make comments about projects or anything they want to bring up to the board that's not on the agenda. And I would like to ask that you hold your comments to 2 minutes. And we do have speaker cards for that. So what I'll do is I'll call the speakers up first, and our staff will be monitoring the Zoom link to see if there's any hands raised. So I'll be calling on Celeste for that. And then also here in the audience, if there's any members of the public here in the audience that wishes to speak on items that are not on the agenda, please step forward. So is there any members here in the audience that want to address the board for publics or for items that are not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the speaker cards. And first up is Sue Nash with Friends of the Northern Jacinto Valley. Sue? Celeste, are you able to?
There's no raised hands, and I don't see Sue in the attendee list.
Okay, so next we'll go to Patrick Webb.
Good morning. This is Attorney Patrick Webb.
Hi, please go.
Our office represents the Walter Rosales and Karen Toggery families concerning the proposed Hamul Casino Hotel expansion project that's not on your agenda for today, specifically with regard to a soils nail violation of the Native American Grave Protection Act and the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. We'd like to get that on your agenda for the February meeting and like to prevent any further consideration of what we understand to be the Hamul Indian Village's request for an easement on the Rancho Hamul Ecological Reserve, which we understand is within the WCB's jurisdiction, and you are the appropriate agency to consider that. We would like to have a public hearing set concerning the letter we sent to you on November 12th.
Great, thank you. Next up is Preston Brown, Chairman of the Hamul de Zurza Community Planning Group.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Our group was notified back on October 6th, 6 days after the official notification date for the TEIR, which is the Tribal Environmental Impact Report. By the way, I live down in Hamul. We're about 10 miles from the border. This is concerning geographically, this is the Hamul Valley that houses the Rancho Hamul Ecological Reserve and the Hollenbeck Canyon wildlife area. We were notified that that there was going to be an expansion project of the Hamul Casino. This was a casino that was built, finished, completed in 2016, and it has come before your board before, back in 2014 or 13, when, and this is relating to the soil nils, where they needed to get your permission in order to lodge soil nails into the underground, into the ecological reserve to stabilize their project. This was built. It was described at the time of being something that seamlessly fits into the landscape. It was only about 40 feet on the top of the hill above ground, and about 10 stories underground with underground parking. This is on the edge of Willow Creek. Today we were stunned to get this. We had no warning. We never received a notice of preparation. And we met last night. We worked furiously for the last month on a response letter, which our group met on a special meeting and got a response to send to the Amul Indian Village last night. And we'll be copying a lot of other people, including yourselves. My request is, on the next time when this comes before your board, we would like an opportunity to speak and express our, make the picture, make the of what is actually happening here, what the impact of this project will do. I think last time it was rather an easy decision for you to just approve it with not considering what the long-term impacts would be and ramifications.
Please start rolling up your comments if you would, please.
Okay, I think that's it. If you could inform us and give us a chance to speak as an agenda item to comment on this the next time this comes before your board for a request for easement to build this second phase, which is a 16-story hotel and a 35,000 square foot event center. It's a major expansion on just a sliver of 4 acres, which sits on the north edge of the Rancho Hamul Ecological Reserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers, Celeste?
There are no other raised hands.
Great. Okay, moving on to item number 3 in the agenda. This is the funding status. This is an informational item that we put out on our agenda each and every meeting. This provides an overview of the current available funding to the Wildlife Conservation Board for allocation to projects throughout California. And typically we go through this pretty quick, but as you all know, there was a couple of trailer bills that passed the last couple of years that allocated significant amounts of general fund to the Wildlife Conservation Board. And before I get into this, I want to go into more specifics on the general funding that we received and how it is allocated within each budget bill. But before I do that, is there any questions on any of the funding status amounts that are in the agenda at this point? My board members.
I had one question.
Sure.
If I may ask. Yes, I had one question, and that was whether any of these monies and these funds that are left over have an expiration date, or what happens in that?
Yes, some do. Some of the funding, particularly in like Proposition 68, Proposition 84, Proposition 1, those funds are appropriated usually every 3 years by the legislature and the administration. It's in the governor's budget. For those funds that need reappropriation, we go through the budget cycle, annual budget cycle, to have those funds reappropriated if necessary. There are some pots of money within those, excluding Proposition 1, but for Proposition 84, 50, and 68, there are continuous appropriation pots as well. And what that means is that that money is, the total amount is appropriated at one time. It's available to spend and it doesn't need reappropriation. But some of the funding does, and you'll see when the governor's budget comes out in January, there will be some amounts on there for reappropriation. And that's the way we handle that. Does that answer? Okay.
I think that answers it very well. The follow-up would be, is general fund appropriations separate from that? Can that, if it's not encumbered, can that be taken away?
It can, yes.
Fiscal year.
Yeah, the general fund monies are appropriated on an annual basis. These particular appropriations, though, are for a three-year term. So I believe the money that we got last year is good for until 2024. Some of the money is good till 2024. And then the balance, what we got this year, it needs to be appropriate or allocated by 2025. And then we have subsequently 2 more years to spend that funding. So a total of 5 years.
John, could I follow up on the senator's question?
Mm.
So microphone check. Indeed. So that under the general fund on page 2 of the agenda is the 799 million unallocated.
It is.
Okay. Assuming we were to make the decision of what's on the agenda today,
Correct.
and the time horizon is what you just described in answer to Senator Pavlik.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
And is that the place where the most recent budget allocations went in the WCB's funds? It didn't go to any of these other funds listed.
It went to some of the, not the general fund didn't, but the specific reappropriations of bond funds went to those particular pots.
Okay.
And then also with the Habitat Conservation Fund, well, that's part of the budget, is technically off budget, and it's a continuous appropriation of $21 million annually of the Habitat Conservation Funds as well.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, so getting more, sorry.
Just, I think just in terms of the general fund dollars, it would be good to just have a better understanding of how that's broken down in terms of any of the legislation that supported the allocation of those dollars, so that we're aware of how, again, those dollars are at least currently being allocated, and because obviously it's a very large number, so trying to kind of grasp where those, based on the legislation, kind of where those dollars should
Right,
be.
yeah.
So
My next slide, or I have a slide here that shows
Okay.
the breakdown of the general fund dollars that I'll go through in just a minute.
great. Is that in the board packet, or that's your
That's
in
a
your
slide. Yeah.
presentation? The slide? Okay.
So Celeste, can you move on to the funding slide? It's really hard to see. You can't really see it up there. So there you can see behind us, you can see it. So the funding, the general fund money came to the Wildlife Conservation Board in budget year 21-22 and 22-23. We received a total of $223,750,000 in budget year 21-22. And it was broken out through the water resiliency package, which was SB 170. And then also we got water supply and environmental flow water also in 2021 for a total of 99 million that particular year for stream flow. Again, in 2022, we received under the water resiliency package, and particularly to protect fish and wildlife resources from a changing climate conditions, we received a total of 221 million through the water resiliency package of SB 154 in Budget Act 2022. We also received an additional 149 million of environmental flow water or money for environmental flows, floodplain habitat protection, restoration, those kinds of things. We received an additional 5 million in 2022-23 for monarch butterfly and pollinator habitat. And that was received under SB 154, which is a junior budget bill that was passed, I believe, the end of August, beginning of September. And then further down, we received this year 200 in budget year 2022-23, 150 million total for nature-based solutions projects, which includes the way we have broken it down internally at the Wildlife Conservation Board, at least for now. If you can go down one slide and then we can go back up. Let me just continue with that and then we can. So 150, I'm going to go into more detail on the nature-based solutions funding in just a minute. And then also under the nature-based solutions, we got 2 million for RCIS, Resource Conservation Investment Strategy work in 2022-23. And then also an additional 12 million for Cascades and High Sierra Upper Watershed work, as well as land acquisitions in Southern California forestry work. And then there was also some legislative priorities that were identified in the legislation, both in 21-22 and 22-23. And the first was a $10 million allocation for Lone Pine. The board acted on that. We allocated the funding and escrow did close on that. We received some funding for the city of Lake Elsinore planning project down for the ecosystem at Lake Elsinore. West Coyote Hills received $1 million for appraisal work and due diligence work, working in cooperation with the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy down in Southern California. We received this year a $3 million allocation to work with the 40-acre Conservation League for land conservation and habitat restoration work. And then there was an additional $15 million that was allocated through Budget Bill 179 to work with the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains on steelhead trout recovery projects through restoration. There was a $40 million call out for the San Joaquin Valley to work with River Partners for floodplain work within the Central Valleys, San Joaquin Valley. There was an additional 67 million for both the Cascades and High Sierra Upper Watershed programs, and then the acquisition program and restoration program in Southern California. And then there was an additional, last year we received 16 million to work in the Cascades and High Sierra. So that's all handled through our forest conservation program. So that's kind of how that is how the budget bills laid out the funding for the Wildlife Conservation Board. And I think what's important is to understand how we internally have allocated the 150 million in nature-based solutions funding at the board, at least right now, recognizing that these amounts can move from program to program. They weren't codified in the budget bill. And so Celeste, if you can go to the next one. Go back 2 slides, Celeste. Keep going. There we go. So what's on the bottom of the screen here, this is how we have broken out the 150 million under the nature-based solutions funding that we got. So we've allocated 10 million to forest conservation, recognizing that there's also an additional 67 million plus another 12 million of general funding for forest conservation program projects. We've allocated 34 million for the Oak Woodlands Conservation Program. The Oaks program hasn't received any new funding for the last several years. I think the last funding that we received was through Proposition 84 for the Oak Woodlands Conservation Program. So we've allocated $34 million to that program. New this year to the Wildlife Conservation Board is a Desert Conservancy Program, which was authored by Assemblymember Ramos, went into effect January 1st, which created the Desert Conservancy Program within the Wildlife Conservation Board, and we've allocated $30 million to that program. Additionally, the Rangeland, Grazing Land, and Grasslands Program, we've allocated 25 million. There's a huge need for rangeland, grazing land, grassland type work around California, particularly from grasslands and those kinds of things. We've allocated 25 for that. The California Riparian Habitat Conservation Program, we've allocated 10 million, recognizing that the riparian program gets $3 million annually through the Habitat Conservation Fund. So it also has a continuous, well, $3 million is a lot of money, however you look at it. But in relation to what we got, it's a little bit, but it still continues to get funding annually. And then also for our climate adaptation and resiliency program, we've allocated $35 million to that program. So that's kind of the way we've broken out the $150 million of the nature-based solutions funding. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board has.
Ron, this is Catherine. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I apologize in advance. So there's 150 million in the nature-based solution money, which you've nicely broken out here. And then the additional money, that's like roughly another 100 million, or the general fund money?
No, the additional general fund money was over 500 million. So we got 221 million in water resiliency and climate. We received 150 million this year for environmental flows. We received 150 million, which is broken out here under the nature-based solutions. And then nearly 150 million in other legislative priorities, just in budget year 22-23.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, John, thank you for that report. I think it's helpful to start to kind of understand how it's broken down. I have a couple of comments. One is I'd like to understand for the funding that was allocated, the 221 million, if the climate resilience has been, defined, or if there's any criteria that is attached to that. So just to kind of better understand the intent behind that funding. And I think for the 150 million in terms of the nature-based solutions grant program, I understand the comment that there's flexibility to kind of move dollars around, but I think until we as a board can develop some criteria that really look at defining climate vulnerable communities, DAC, and also the California Native American tribes, like how those dollars will directly impact these outcomes. I think it sets an expectation to kind of break the 150 million down into these programs. And rather than really looking at the criteria and then based on the criteria, developing, the funding programs from that. So I feel like we're kind of we're breaking down the money without doing the work of defining how we can look at how these funds are used. And so I'm again, I appreciate this breakdown, but I'm concerned about at this time, at this juncture, without having done some of that work, which I'm personally willing to be a part of that conversation and work, is, it again sets expectation that these dollars will go into these funding pots unless the legislation kind of allocated it to those funding pots, which my understanding is that did not, then, I think it sets an expectation that at this time, I feel like we need to still take a step back, develop the criteria, and then, bring it to the board, have a discussion about it, and then look at where the allocations should go. So that's my comment, to you and to the board.
Can I answer that, Chuck? Sure. Yeah, so that was that was going to be my next question to the board. So for the public and those involved, there was language in the Budget Act itself that said that the nature-based solutions funding, the 150 million, that at least 40% of that funding goes to benefiting climate vulnerable communities, disadvantaged communities, or California Native American tribes. And given that, we've done quite a bit of research at the staff level trying to figure out what that really means. And there's definitions of that all over the place. We've worked with disadvantaged communities as it relates to Proposition 68, but that's more of a mapping exercise than really a really defined definition of how a funding agency should move forward to understand disadvantaged communities and vulnerable communities. So I'd like to ask if we could set up a subcommittee of the board members to work with staff to define what that will mean for the Wildlife Conservation Board. And then, you know, if we're able to work through the holidays, and because I don't think it's going to take us a lot of time to do that, but to have a definition for that to come back to the board in February.
John, that makes sense to me, but let me also test with the vice chair here, maybe something in addition to that specific focus. And I'll probably get the numbers wrong, but by way of illustration, I wonder whether the request is more like this. Could staff take the most recent, appropriation budget act as an example and identify the total amount of money appropriated to the board, then any statutory language that defines or constrains or specifies the use of that. So we could start to see on one page how the total amount 150, the legislature already broke into certain sub accounts, if you will, using that informally. And then I hear the request to be, before you take any of those amounts and then move them into already existing programs in the WCB, like Wood Oaklands, what's the board's opportunity to make those decisions in open session? Well, maybe we don't want to take 10 million to Wood Oaklands. We want to take 10 million to something else. I think that's the spirit of the request.
Yeah.
I think understanding definitions related to this legislative money around Native American tribes, around disadvantaged communities is part of it. But I don't think it's the only request I heard mentioned. And my balancing comment would be, but we can't take 6 months to do all that because we've also got this incredibly important drive to, hear projects and fund projects. Is that captured?
Yeah, and I'm in agreement on a February deadline to come back to the board. So, but for me, I guess that would be my ask of staff and the board is to not allocate the 150 million. If these sub buckets are not kind of mandated through legislation, I'd like to be able to work through what John is proposing, a subcommittee to look at the criteria that will help kind of target, the intent of the legislation. And then we come, have the board adopt that, and then we come back. Cause and this is not new information for John, but I've also felt like we as a board can do a better job in defining DAC and what the disadvantaged communities. And so that's an opportunity in this moment in time to really look at that as well too. I mean, I know that we did meet the legislative kind of minimum for the Prop 68 dollars, but I feel like, we could do more. So, my, I guess, ask is let's do that work. Let's come back to the board in February with criteria for the board's consideration. But I just would like to, again, better understand the legislation. If these sub buckets are not mandated as part of the legislation, I would like to, at this point, not kind of break out the 150 million, because I think again, in my mind, it sets expectations. And so I'd like to at least do that work first and then come back to the board before we look at finalizing, these dollars. So, which I know is a recommendation, but.
Yeah, no,
John, I think Alina raises some really good points, and I support her request.
great. Thank you, Catherine. Damon?
Yeah, thank you. I also support this approach, and I'd love to be and willing to be part of the group that's looking at that. Just want to make a quick comment that this is a great approach for all of the different pots of money and buckets of money and not just the 150 million. So I think this discussion and the thinking should inform criteria that could apply to all the buckets. We should be looking to prioritize climate vulnerable communities and DACs and tribes in all the pots of money that we're considering.
Great. Thank you. So for the subcommittee, so Damon and Alina,
Yes.
great. The two-member? It has to be less than a majority, so two-member is fine, right, Colin?
3 or less.
3 or
There were
less.
7 members.
So is there, we have room for one more if any other board member would like to join us?
I'd be happy to join if nobody else wants to.
Okay, great. Thanks, Catherine. All right, so we'll do that. We'll set that up soon. Just have the initial conversations and kind of outline what we need to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So is there any other questions on the funding status or any of the members of the public wishing to speak on this particular item?
I had just a general question for
Mhm.
the purpose of my own knowledge. When I was looking at the climate resiliency and adaptation and DAC disadvantage, is that blended in with how the Air Resources Board and everyone looks at things through climate lens? Because you're saying 40% is going to
I
go
don't
to those
know.
kinds of things, and I was thinking, I know all those terminologies, but
Right.
I'm not sure if in all the different agencies the state have, we're all saying the same thing.
What we've found is that there's all kinds of different definitions out there.
Yeah.
And there's no one set definition to help guide this kind of work right now. So what I want us to do is develop one that works for the Wildlife Conservation Board. And, we will continue to engage those other agencies, other departments that work in the climate arena to help inform our definition. But I think, having our own definition is a way to go right now.
Because there are nature-based solutions for dealing with disadvantaged communities, especially in extreme heat events and things like that.
Right.
That may fit in with many of those categories, but I just wanted consistency. I'm seeing different interpretations.
Right. As are we.
Okay.
Thanks, Fred. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Damon.
Just one quick clarifying question. We're entertaining some block grant programs today. And you'd said the money needs to be allocated within 3 years and then spent over the next 2 years. Is that true for block grants too? Like
Yes.
all the block grants that are given out have to be within that 2-year period after it's been allocated?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments or questions, we'll move on to item number 4. This is a carryover from the last board meeting, and this is to consider herbicide discussion and a presentation on the changes to the Wildlife Conservation Board herbicide questionnaire, and then also get a report from Dr. Krista Hoffman of the department's Integrated Pest Management program and coordinator of that program. At the last board meeting, the board considered the questionnaire and asked for changes to be made. We put it out for public comment. I believe it was about 30 to 45 days, give or take a few days. We received several comments back from the public on that. And I'm going to ask Shannon Lucas on our staff to come up and go through the questionnaire and kind of go over, kind of outline the comments that we received and then the changes that we're proposing to make to the questionnaire. Oh, you want Krista to go first? Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys the way you want to. So welcome, Krista. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Sure. All right, so who's moderating the slide?
Celeste in the back.
Oh, can you pull up the next slide, please? For my first slide, I guess. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for having me today to speak on this topic. It's topic that I am very much involved with. I am the Integrated Pest Management Coordinator with CDFW's Lands Program. So I basically oversee all herbicide applications across CDFW properties across California. My background is in ecology. I have a bachelor's degree in ecology and a PhD in toxicology. I have spent half of my career focusing on the non-target impacts of pesticides and herbicides on aquatic species. And then the other half of my career on kind of the safest and most effective tools for weed management that limit non-target effects on species. So I appreciate the opportunity to present on this topic today, as I mentioned, and go ahead and transition to the next slide. So our program put together a herbicide frequently asked questions document recently. And I thought it might be useful to present to you some of the topics that were presented in that facts sheet to this group, knowing that there are some sort of concerns and questions regarding herbicide use on CDFW lands and in WCB funded projects. So as I'm sure most of you in this room are aware, California is a global biodiversity hotspot. And CDFW's mission includes supporting native species and habitats on which they rely. Non-native invasive vegetation is among one of the greatest threats to that biodiversity. It's highlighted as a key issue in several of our recent conservation strategies, including the Natural Resource Agency's Pathways to 3030 strategy, as well as CDFW's State Wildlife Action Plan, which notes that invasive species is among the most prominent stressors to conservation targets. So herbicides are one of the many tools that CDFW uses to address this really significant threat. Next slide, please. Why haven't we eliminated all herbicide use? Well, integrated pest management is the approach that we use to control invasive vegetation on our lands. And herbicides is one of the important tools that is in the IPM toolbox that we select in given circumstances. IPM is an ecosystem-based strategy. So it considers a number of factors on a site and in a given treatment, including the phenology of the plant that we're trying to treat, as well as the phenology of plants we're trying to promote or bring back, those native species that are important. We look at whether sensitive species are nearby and whether they need to be avoided. We look at thresholds, whether physical disturbance can be tolerated. Is the site amenable to things like tools like burning or grazing? Next slide, please. Which products are selected ultimately come down to what is recommended by our department's pest control advisor, which is myself and the IPM program. So we review all treatment plans before our practitioners are allowed to apply herbicides on our lands. And we review those treatment plans for ensuring that the safest and most effective formulation is being used. The concentration and application rates follow the product labels, so they're the legal rates, but they also make sense for the treatment target and the conditions of the site. All laws and regulations are followed, and that we also have several internal best management practices that we require and advise our managers to follow that limit non-target impacts. So one of the most important goals, well, the most important goal of any treatment, however, is the reestablishment of native species. So we're trying to eliminate the invasive, we're trying to bring back the native. That's the goal. And every treatment is planned accordingly. Ultimately, formulations are selected, as I mentioned, on the species and stage of the target vegetation, environmental conditions, and those desired outcomes. Next slide, please. So there are several laws and regulations that oversee herbicide use in California and in our country. US EPA regulates all aspects of pesticides, including herbicides, on the federal level, while the California Department of Pesticide Regulation is the regulatory authority on the state level. In addition to those oversights, the California Water Resources Control Board oversees any potential discharges into waters of the US and waters of the state through their National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permitting. So any treatments that occur nearby water and have the potential to contaminate waterways have to undergo water quality monitoring, where samples are collected from nearby water bodies before and 2 times after treatments occur. And they're analyzed by certified laboratories for the active ingredients in those products that are being used. So it's the treatments that occur near sensitive waterways or sensitive habitats are highly regulated and monitored in that way. And the EPA, or the Water Resources Control Board, has maximum limits, which are considered safe for each of the herbicides that we use. So there's certain levels that are considered safe in the environment, in waterways, and I'll get into those a little bit more in a couple slides. And as I mentioned, CDFW also has internal guidelines that we must follow, such as you need to have a pest control advisor recommendation for any treatment that's conducted on state lands. All of our applicators are certified by DPR. They have qualified applicator certifications, and they undergo 2 days of training that we hold internally each year that go over laws and regulations, safety, how to effectively apply herbicides, and some of the best available science on, latest methods that are, effective and protective of non-target species. Next slide, please. There are several risks associated with all vegetation management tools. It's the way that a tool is used that determines its risk. So for example, mowing and fire can be excellent restoration tools, but when used inappropriately, like clear cutting forests, burning down, rainforests to develop agricultural areas, these tools become serious risks to the environment. And the same is true with herbicides. When used judiciously, herbicides can be an excellent selective tool with minimum impacts to non-target species. But when used indiscriminately on Roundup-ready crops, for example, to clear land, this tool can have substantial risks to humans and the environment. There is a difference between the way that herbicides are used in a wildland setting and in agricultural settings. And I think that's a really important consideration to think about. So some of the habitats, BMPs that CDFW especially uses to protect species. We specifically target plants before they bloom so to protect pollinators. We use the safest formulation of a product, and I'll go through some of that again in a couple slides. We used targeted applications with backpack sprayers, and we put colorant dyes in our spray mixtures to make sure that we're spraying exactly the targets we want to spray and, not overspraying. Next slide, please. Some of the considerations around, herbicide uses on lands and concerns to the public. So herbicides are formulated specifically to target proteins and enzymes that do not exist in animals, including humans. So the toxicity of these, the toxicity of the active ingredient in these products does not directly affect humans. Typically, any kind of effect on, skin irritation or, could be due to skin irritation or eye damage has to do with the physical properties of a formulation, such as it being acidic, acid, or caustic. And not necessarily the active ingredient that's, targeting the proteins and enzymes. This is not necessarily true for things like insecticides and rodenticides, which do target enzymes and proteins that also occur in animals. The signal word on a product indicates its toxicity risk to humans, and almost all the products that CDFW uses contain the lowest risk signal word of caution. And that includes the glyphosate products that we use. Where products are used where there could be a risk to the public, we either close areas or we post signs to make sure the public is aware. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take just a couple minutes to address some of the issues around glyphosate, though I won't be able to address all aspects of glyphosate and some of the concerns with these products. But there are a couple points that I thought would be helpful to bring up. I do want to acknowledge that there are, as I mentioned, real problems with the overuse and misuse of glyphosate, primarily in agriculture. So Roundup Ready crops and glyphosate resistance in agriculture have resulted in extremely high levels of this product being used in the environment and ending up in our food. And that is a concern that really does need to be addressed globally. It's the rates allowed on many of the glyphosate labels are actually higher than any other product out there, herbicide product out there. And US EPA is currently evaluating whether the label needs to be modified. Maybe EPA had overestimated the safety of glyphosate in some of those labels. There's also evidence that the overuse and overexposure to agricultural workers can have negative health outcomes, and that's likely the case with many agricultural chemicals that are being used. These are real problems that exist around the misuse of glyphosate as a tool in agriculture. However, the careful and selective use of glyphosate as a tool in wildland vegetation management still remains a very important tool in the restoration and vegetation management toolbox. This is one of the few tools managers have that's effective on almost all plants. It's safe in aquatic environments, it's registered for aquatic uses, and it does not affect the soil seed bank. So treatments can occur. It allows native annual species to recover immediately after treatments occur. It's the misuse of this tool, I can't reiterate this enough, not the tool itself, that's the problem. Just as I mentioned with the misuse of other physical or mechanical methods that we also use in restoration. Next slide, please. This is, it's a bit tough to read the numbers, but hopefully the colors will help. So this is a table that I generated for my own purposes when I started this job almost a little less than 3 years ago. It's a summary of the aquatic toxicity, sort of a ranking among active ingredients. Oh, that's better. Among active ingredients in those products that are registered for aquatic use. So I summarized data that I pulled from EPA's EcoTox database, which is a database that compiles toxicity data from the literature and can be queried based on the species that you're interested in, meaning the species that could be affected, the chemical that you're interested, the toxic effects, et cetera. So there's hundreds and hundreds of, thousands of data, that this data is pulled from. I took the most, the outcome that was the most protective. So essentially, if a study, the study that found the greatest effects at the lowest concentration is what is shown in this table presented here. So EPA's ranking system for aquatic organisms ranks chemicals based on its lethality. So what concentration affects fish or invertebrates. 100 parts per million is considered practically non-toxic to EPA. 10 to 100 parts per million is considered slightly toxic. 1 to 10 is moderately toxic. 0.1 to 1 is highly toxic, and less than 0.1 is very highly toxic. So those are kind of the criteria I'm showing here in the colors. So we've got active ingredients on the left, some examples of the products in parentheses, the concentrations that cause mortality in fish and invertebrates, and essentially how EPA would rank those, green being the safest and red being the most toxic. And then on the right is a column that's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System maximum limit. And this is essentially the concentration that is deemed safe if detected in the environment in waterways. So the higher the concentration that's deemed safe, essentially the safer this product is to non-target species. So higher concentrations aren't considered a problem. As you can see from this summary, glyphosate falls right kind of in the middle of aquatic, aquatic labeled herbicides. It's not the most potent or the most, concern chemical of them all. I also want to point out there's a chemical at the bottom of this list, nonylphenol. That's not an herbicide. And you can see from both it's the most toxic chemical in my search of the literature, as well as the NPDES maximum limitation is 100 times lower than that of glyphosate. This is not an herbicide. This is actually an adjuvant, an active ingredient in many adjuvants that are commonly used across our state and in aquatic applications. And this is something that as a toxicologist myself, I have been focusing on in our program is reducing the use and eliminating the use of adjuvants that contain these toxic ingredients. And this is something that I think is really important. Many formulations contain adjuvants within them that are much more toxic than the active ingredients themselves. And that is definitely the case with many of the glyphosate formulations. Next slide, please. So in summary, regarding the use of herbicides as a restoration tool, risk is associated with the misuse of any tool. It's how you use a tool that really determines its level of risk and appropriateness for a given setting. The selective and judicious applications of herbicides can actually be the softest touch approach in a restoration setting. Herbicides can be really selective towards a given plant species. You can use them selectively. You can work around species. I've been on sites where, if I see a frog on site, I will simply move around that frog and I will not spray. If I was mowing, if this was a case where we were burning the site or mowing or grazing, you don't have that same level of flexibility with some of those other tools. So there are real benefits to using herbicides in some cases. Ultimately, the efficiency, efficacy, and the long-term results are the key to minimizing habitat impacts and maximizing the benefits of whatever restoration tool we've decided to use. Next slide. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this topic. And I'm not sure if I can take questions or how that works, but here's my contact information. You're welcome to contact me with any questions.
Thank you, Krista. And I do want to open it up for board questions or comments. I very much appreciate you being here and thank you for your work with us outside of the board, but also on projects that you review for us and that kind of thing. So is there any board member questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some, John.
Yes, Catherine.
First, thanks for this presentation. I guess this is sort of the kickoff of the meeting by meeting science presentation on herbicides. I just want to underscore my main concern and, from the board's perspective is our use of glyphosate. And I've been collecting recent papers published in peer-reviewed journals and that sort of thing. And it appears that some of the things you were saying about glyphosate are no longer believed by at least some scientists who've been looking at its impacts on invertebrates and vertebrates through laboratory experiments, primarily looking at exposure that is comparable to what they would be exposed to in the field or at legal levels. They've found, for instance, there's a 2020 piece in Biome where there's concern about its ability to do significant DNA damage in Daphnia. There are other studies that look at some potential effects on bird embryos. There are studies that show that the glyphosate doesn't break down as fast as people think it does in the soil. It has been shown that it really depends on the soil type. And while there was in the early days of glyphosate, sort of a broad belief that it was less toxic than it is, its toxicity does extend in sublethal form, at least, to a variety of things that are not plants. So my concern has been specifically with glyphosate, and I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at, I know I've submitted a document that had some of the, which you probably have seen, that had some of the abstracts from papers. If you've had a chance to go in and look at any of those papers and give us a sense about, should we just be ignoring what has been published and peer reviewed to indicate that glyphosate does have impacts on wildlife in a way that at least the manufacturers were not disclosing or were not aware of previously?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And yes, I have had a chance to look at some of those papers that you provided and others. And this is something I'm really interested in myself. You know, it's what I've studied, and you know, I'm always looking to use the safest tools essentially. So I'm often looking in the literature at what are the non-target effects of, you know, these various herbicides, including glyphosate. Yes, there are potential, especially sublethal effects. And I've seen that glyphosate, even the active ingredient, can affect the gut microflora of some insect species, including bees. And so these are sublethal effects that we have to consider when we're deciding whether or not to use tools. It very well could be the case that other chemicals are affecting the gut microflora of bees as well, that just aren't as well studied. But having said that, you know, using other tools also have non-target impacts. And so, you know, I think that ultimately it comes down to using the safest tool, whatever tool we do choose, whether it is mowing or burning, or, you know, hand pulling is the ideal. That's probably the most ideal approach, but it's just not feasible in a lot of projects, unfortunately. And so, yes, there can be non-target impacts. There also are best management practices that we can use to avoid those impacts, such as not spraying, not treating plants when they're flowering, as mentioned, not treating if they have to be flowering, or if they are, ensuring that we're not treating the flowers of plants. So bees and other pollinators are not being exposed to these chemicals. So yes, these are definitely things that should be considered. You know, there are potential, you know, effects, but it is a restoration tool that's really important that we have in the toolbox. And what we need to do is just plan around using them the safest way that we can, you know, knowing what the potential non-target impacts are. I hope
Thanks.
that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. And I want to note that it's also the toxicity and carcinogenicity doesn't just go to the invertebrates, but also goes to vertebrates. So they are finding that when used in safe doses or doses that are allowed, it can have effects on rodents and amphibians and well, I already mentioned birds. So, you know, my concern is not, is given the volume of glyphosate, and I know you've taken issue with me comparing it to DDT because one is a neurotoxin and one is not, but I do think they have a similarity in that they are both chemicals that we have used with the case of DDT, at least in the United States, have stopped using, but we're using at increasing amounts. And it was only after we had used them at very large amounts, we started seeing impacts on wildlife. And then we had to backtrack and do something about it. Well, we sort of have a canary in the coal mine in that we're seeing serious impacts on human beings who have applied it in safe ways, in the ways that are allowed, and are still having impacts. And I know in California, we've been taking that fairly seriously because the WEHA has identified it as a probable carcinogen following on what the World Health Organization has done. And I know that US EPA is reviewing what its classification is, but that's only come as a result of a lot of lawsuits. And Bayer is going to change the formulation for the home Roundup to take glyphosate out in 2023 because they're tired of lawsuits, basically. But I do think we need to be considering alternatives, and there are, I'm going to bring it up later in when another project comes in, there are alternative pesticides that at least don't have as much known bad impact on wildlife available, for instance, for the removal of Himalayan blackberry. And what we should be doing as this board is looking for ways that we can move away from using glyphosate as much as possible.
Yeah, your example of Himalayan blackberry is an excellent one where a different herbicide is actually more effective. Triclopyr, Garland 3A is registered for aquatic uses, and it was one of those, is the second one on my list that was in the green in that table. And that's the one that we use typically on our lands.
Is that the same as metsulfuron methyl?
No, that's not the same. as
Okay, because that was the one that I found in the literature was considered, in USDA literature, was considered effective.
Oh, okay, that's an alternative as well. I don't believe that is aquatic labeled, but yeah, in some cases there are many alternatives. There are certain cases though where glyphosate is really the best tool that we have, and so in those cases, you know, and I would argue glyphosate is one of the most studied herbicides out there, one of the most studied chemicals out there in terms of its non-target impacts to wildlife and humans. And so I'm not surprised that we found, you know, concerns with it. It's probably the case with many synthetic chemicals in the environment, you know. I think it would be a mistake to eliminate a tool like glyphosate that, as you can tell from the table that I briefly showed, it really is not the most toxic tool out there. It actually has a relatively safe environmental profile. It's just the misuse of the tool that's causing the problems.
Hey,
Yeah,
if
I think
Catherine-
maybe there's something that we use a lot in air pollution control world where we talk about the precautionary principle. And I think that's what my argument would be, is that with glyphosate, since we know it's got these problems, we should use the precautionary principle and decrease its use at the very least.
Hey, I would, Catherine, if I could jump in, I would actually assert the proposition the board is moving towards a precautionary approach for these reasons. We've, you know, had concern raised about the use of the tool broadly. The board has deliberated and talked about it with the public multiple times. The board's asked staff to take a more rigorous approach, setting expectations with all applicants, that they can't expect to submit a proposal with a blanket generalization about use of herbicides without going through increased due diligence. We're having the first of perhaps several conversations over time. I thank the department's doctor for coming in and just illustrating there's a sequencing, there's a comparative analysis, there's an alternatives framework for making sure you do the least harmful tool to achieve the broader ecological outcome. And I think the second part of this agenda item is to hear from WCB staff about purposeful changes to the questionnaire, which are all about forcing the precautionary principle, setting expectations, emphasizing potentially choice of other alternatives, but reserving this tool if used judiciously at the end of the day for a project. So Catherine, let me look up here and also online, see if Samantha or Sally have questions, and then any other board members. Catherine, also please, if you have additional questions, knowing we've got a second part to the agenda item as well.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sally.
Yeah, likewise here. Great comprehensive presentation and really enjoying the conversation.
Thank you, Samantha. All right, so are you ready to move on to the second part? Thank you, Krista.
Good morning, board members. Yeah, as John and Chuck mentioned, we put out our herbicide questionnaire for public comment, and we accepted input for about 3.5 weeks. We got a total of 25 comments. Of those, 21 were supportive of some herbicide use. And of those 21, 16 of them had very specific suggestions and edits that for the wording in the questionnaire. Then we received 4 comments that were unsupportive of herbicide use in general. A couple focused on glyphosate and 1 had specific edits. Many of the comments recommended a more general, simplified approach to the questionnaire, like in some cases combining questions or adjusting the order of the questions to make more sense. And then many of the comments also focused on an integrated pest management approach, as Krista was just talking about, to help describe and justify all control methods, not just chemical control methods. Next slide. So I just wanted to put up, these are the commenters. You could see a lot of different organizations and people commented. I won't read all of them. Next slide, please. So the updates that we plan to make to the questionnaire based on the feedback that we got from the public was to add a preamble to the questionnaire, just establishing the overall intent of it. There are obviously some technical and grammatical edits, changing the order of the questions to be more logical and sequential, describing and justifying all proposed control methods, not just herbicides, and describing potential impacts from all control methods and ways to reduce or minimize impacts, to remove glyphosate specific questions, and then add a question on the person's qualifications or sources that they used in determining which methods, control methods to use. And then we were also guided to prepare guidance for staff. So once we've updated the questionnaire, we'll prepare some guidance for our staff to use in consulting with applicants during this process. That's all I have.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, this is Catherine. So when I started this conversation as in my first board meeting more than a year ago, my concern was about glyphosate. And as most of you know, I've spent about 20 years being an environmental advocate. And I know from working in that field that one of the ways that you postpone action is to broaden the question. And in the last year, it has moved from what are we going to do to get rid of glyphosate to what are we going to do to stop all herbicide use, which is not my intent. And I think by taking a glyphosate specific question out of this questionnaire, we're getting back to making it such a broad questionnaire, we end up not addressing what is, at least in my view, the problem. So I would like to make the questionnaire less burdensome and more specific. And I think I said that in my comments on the questionnaire. But I'd like to understand better what the staff's intent is. Maybe you can explain to me, why do we keep broadening it instead of getting back to what the problem is? Because what we're dealing with glyphosate is an overused pesticide that when it was initially introduced into the market, there were inadequate studies. And even now, the EPA, US EPA is 20 years behind in doing its studies of its impacts on wildlife and taking that into consideration. And since our goal is to protect wildlife and protect habitat, it becomes incumbent on us to look at what potentially may be one of the more persistent and potentially even worse than science is suggesting, because of the limited number of studies that have been done, impacts of this particular overused, broadly used pesticide that, in addition to everything else, has bad impacts on human beings. So why are we continuing to expand this from just being this focused, we got to get out of the glyphosate world, to this whole broader herbicide thing? Is the intent here to make it impossible to actually do anything Or is the intent here to address the specific problem that we have with glyphosate?
No, Catherine, that's not the intent to go that route. The intent is to come into these projects with wide open. It's to understand the implication of restoration generally on projects statewide. It's to consider all the herbicides, pesticides that will be used in a particular project.
And other control methods.
And other traditional methods, mowing, weeding, hand pulling, burning, those kinds of things, and to consider the impacts of all of them. So I know you have been focused particularly on glyphosate, but there's other herbicides that are being used out on the ground, and I think it's incumbent upon staff to describe what those impacts or benefits to a particular project are to all of the board, not just glyphosate.
I'd offer an additional thought there. I don't think we should read ill intent into staff work. I think staff are struggling to understand what the board wants to do in this space. And is making a good faith effort to try to bring better rigor or structure somehow. Is a revision of a questionnaire perfect yet? Probably not, based on feedback. And is there a fair discussion about whether it should be narrow and specific or more general and broad? For sure. But I think staff are trying hard, and we're a 7-person board that's not homogeneous. So.
I recognize that. I don't mean to attack staff, but I do know that when you broaden the question or broaden the issue, you get less action in the end. That's just what happens. And if it's the board's belief that we should broaden the questionnaire and drop the glyphosate specific question, then so be it. I will note that what I've learned from the questionnaires is that the problem is even bigger than I thought it was. And even as we see how much is being used, we're not seeing any action taken overtly to make sure that we're not getting those projects, having projects that use glyphosate. And I've gone out on a field tour with one of the applicants, and I can see that there is no me convincing them that they shouldn't use glyphosate, and there's no them convincing me that they should use glyphosate.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably at a standstill here. But again, I'm not sure the questionnaire is ultimately going to get to what I think this board should be doing anyway.
Fair enough. And just speaking personally, like not intellectually, I guess, I don't know if it's necessarily a choice between a broad generalized questionnaire and no specific question, or a questionnaire which is only about one product. And I would just submit, always looking for a third way. You could have the questionnaire as redrafted that also includes a couple of specific questions about glyphosate. Just like logically, that seems feasible as well. So.
That may be the best resolution at this particular time, Mr. Bonham, but it would be, subject to review, because it seems like the broader context makes sense to me. I'm not an expert here, but I do see a difference of opinion and respect. Both of you have comments, so I'm in a quandary of what to do.
Yes, so
Try being a staff.
well, yeah, fair enough. But let me ask staff, and I know that again, that I'm just with one word lumping 40 people into a category, but is there opposition to a set of specific questions within the revised questionnaire that are about glyphosate?
No, and
Okay.
a lot of this feedback, came from the public comments that we solicited as well. So it's not that we are necessarily advocating for it. We're trying to respond to
Yeah, but look, availing yourselves of a comment period itself, can shift with the sands of time depending on who weighs in. So I think what I'm hearing from the board is at least two people of the board, could you think about amending the questionnaire, one more click that does have some specific focus on glyphosate so we can have that information?
We can definitely do that, but can Crystal wants to make a comment.
I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective on potentially some of the justification for eliminating a glyphosate specific question. This is one of the comments that CDFW had on the questionnaire. And it ultimately came from the thought process that all herbicides pose a potential threat, a potential risk, right? And all restoration tools, there are potential risks with all restoration tools. And focusing on glyphosate, we felt like was unnecessary. It's a highly studied chemical, and therefore there's a lot of hype around it because of its overuse and its misuse. But in a restoration setting, it's not the most toxic tool out there. So it doesn't seem justified to focus on glyphosate only. The idea would be to have managers, have project proponents list all of the chemicals that they're using and justify why they're using those chemicals and why they're the least, they have the least non-target effects in the end, whether it's chemicals or physical approaches, because there are non-target impacts from all these approaches. It didn't seem to make sense to have only glyphosate specific questions in this environment, in the restoration environment. So focusing on only glyphosate might move managers to try to avoid glyphosate as a tool. And the issue with that is that glyphosate is sometimes the safest and best tool. And so that would be, from my toxicology background, that would be my concern around focusing on glyphosate on the questionnaire.
That's helpful to hear, and keep looking left and right to make sure I'm not dominating, but where I think we might head is not glyphosate only, but rather start first with all. And then if someone does, intend to use glyphosate, perhaps a subset of questions which are follow-up around that. And perhaps that's a way to navigate the moment we're in. And then I just got to remind the board, not that we should cut any conversation short, but it's 11:30 and we haven't even gotten to consent, and then 16 items of general discussion. And we have a couple items that we should be predicting and planning for needing an hour each meeting based on past practice over the year. So we got to think about our management of our meetings, I think.
Very quick comment is, I do think that's a great approach, and especially thinking about which formulations are, I think that's an important point, is any tool, any herbicide product, which formulations are you using and which adjuvants are you using are some of the most important key questions, I think, with any of this. So that, I appreciate your consideration.
So let me test the board, and Catherine, looking at you through Zoom. I would be comfortable if staff started using the questionnaire, but I would also ask that it be amended promptly to add this kind of follow-up question, dynamic around those that do intend to use glyphosate. So we're capturing that information as well.
We can do that.
Sure.
And those will be prepared, I think, in a position to be prepared for the next board meeting. So look forward to the new questionnaire being filled out and being part of the agenda packet for February.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item number 4, we're gonna withdraw. I'm gonna postpone item number 5 in the agenda and bring that back for consideration at our next meeting. So moving on to the consent items, that's consent items, calendar items 6 through 16, and we have withdrawn item number 9 and number 11. So is there any questions on any of the projects and or desire for the board to?
Would you like a motion?
That would be great.
Of those items other than the 2 that have been withdrawn? Unless,
Yeah, okay.
and people could obviously still ask questions, even if the motion
Yes.
is made. I'd like to make,
I'll second.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of the two items that Director Donnelly mentioned relating to CAL FIRE and Barber Creek.
Great, thank you. And second, was that Sally?
That was
Or
Catherine.
Catherine, great. So with having some board members on Zoom, we will do a quick roll call. Director Bonham,
Yes.
Sally Lukenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Aye.
Alina Boakday, Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, and the motion passes. So that brings us to item 17, I do believe, in the agenda. This is the Climate Resiliency Through Habitat Restoration Project. This is to consider a block grant to the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts. And Kurt Malchow will present the project along with the district. So Kurt.
Thank you, John. Good morning, board members. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts for a cooperative project with a partnership of state, federal, and local agencies, tribal nations, nonprofit organizations, local communities, landowners, and volunteers to increase the pace and scale of habitat restoration throughout California. Next slide, please. This project would operate as a block grant rather than the one grant per project structure that WCB usually manages. So for context, much of California's habitats and their associated species are in peril, mainly from habitat loss and climate change. These unprecedented conditions are being met with ambitious policies and actions to help meet this situation. California's 30 by 30 initiative is a clear example as part of Governor Newsom's 2020 executive order to accelerate the use of nature-based solutions to conserve 30% of our lands and coastal waters by the end of the decade. This project intends to provide a vehicle for such acceleration by leveraging the recent funding legislated at WCB to expand the pace and scale of habitat conservation. The applicant, the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts, or CARCD, serving as the hub of the statewide network of resource conservation districts, has successfully managed two previous block grants funded through WCB. Here they will be expanding the scope of conservation and building on this previous work by leveraging the network of RCDs and their partners. At least 40% of the RCDs collaborating on the proposal already plan to engage with underserved communities in their projects. To help accomplish this, the CARCD already has an in-house justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion program manager to help direct their resources to historically marginalized farmers, ranchers, and community members. The RCDs, an existing statewide network covering 95 districts across the state, have been connecting with and serving local communities for generations and have evolved with the changing needs of California's diverse communities and conservation needs. Utilizing diverse partnerships, they work at ground level to build better communities, economies, and a better environment. Next slide, please. As the grant recipient, the CARCD would manage the overall grant and subcontract with multiple RCDs and their partners to carry out specific projects throughout the state. The RCDs would invoice and report to the CARCD, who would in turn organize all project expenses and summarily report to WCB to receive the grant funds. This process works because we've already successfully administered two such block grants to the CARCD. This is at much bigger scale, of course. The networking inherent to this grant structure would improve access to technical information, training, and collaboration through partnerships as per their areas of expertise. The preliminary work, such as outreach, scoping, assessment, and planning that often take up a project's time and budget, is already in place. In this way, WCB operates one project that becomes many. Next slide, please. So the overall project goal is to implement around 120 projects. At least 60 of these would restore habitat for monarchs and other pollinators on a combination of public and private lands. About 20 habitat restoration projects are planned also on a combination of public and private lands. The RCDs also plan to implement at least 40 carbon farm plans, most of which were developed from a previous WCB block grant. And as opportunities arise, additional carbon farm plans will be developed and given enough time and funding implemented under this grant. Next slide, please. So these next few slides just show a sampling of the project types. They're not all inclusive, but this one is a riparian restoration area adjacent to an agricultural field. The table in the inset is a planting design plan to support the restoration work. Next slide. The image on the left is an overhead representing another riparian restoration plan and a soil map on the right for a project to determine water capacity and subsequent revegetation success. Next slide. Many of the projects would include establishment of hedgerows, which are an effective strategy for providing pollinator habitat and habitat connectivity along and between agricultural fields. On the left is a hedgerow planting design with an example of an established hedgerow on the right. Next slide, please. So with over 80 years of outreach and conservation experience, the RCDs and their partners coordinated through the CARCD are in an excellent position to begin restoring habitat at economies of scale. Funding made available to empower a longstanding network of RCDs, efficiently dispersing that funding to projects leads to an unprecedented opportunity to help achieve the associated biodiversity and carbon sequestration benefits to effectively address 30 by 30 goals. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed and allocate $19,218,000 of general funds. Nancy Walsh-Shurik, the Executive Director for the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts, will be making a follow-up presentation to cover key additional project specifics. And we have several representatives from individual RCDs in attendance to address any questions following her presentation that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt. And I'd like to thank our partners at WCB for recommending that the board approve this exciting and ambitious proposal. I'm going to focus on why RCD, CARCD, and our partners are ready and able to take on the work that Kurt just described. RCDs are gaining more and more recognition as essential players in our state's effort to address the challenging environmental crises affecting our state and the planet. In fact, when Governor Newsom addressed the crowd at the 30 by 30 partnership kickoff event, he mentioned RCDs as key to meeting the 30 by 30 goals. Kurt already touched on how well situated RCDs are to take on this challenge, and I'd like to reiterate and expand on that point. Because of their deep ties to local communities and their knowledge of local land and water issues, RCDs are ready to hit the ground running. They already know landowners and land managers who want to partner on conservation projects, and they know how to do outreach to bring in new partners along the way. RCDs have a long history of serving farmers and ranchers. An important contribution they bring to achieving 30 by 30 is their expertise in getting conservation work done on working lands. The potential for protecting biodiversity and sequestering carbon on working lands is huge, and RCDs are experts at meeting farmers and ranchers where they are and partnering with them as they strive to be better stewards of the natural resources on their land. RCDs know how to navigate agency programs and state and federal regulations to let landowners focus on getting conservation work done instead of worrying about red tape. Next slide, please. RCDs have experience in the key activities that must be successfully carried out to get conservation projects done. Technical assistance and planning, project implementation on the ground, monitoring, maintenance and reporting, and outreach and education. Next slide, please. The 2 block grants CARCD got from WCB provide great examples of the impact we can have through this arrangement, and we'll build on the accomplishments that we already got under these grants as we move forward on the work in our current proposal. We completed the grant entitled Recovering and Sustaining Monarch and Pollinator Populations in March. The project enabled 11 RCDs to implement 13 projects across California and increased community awareness and involvement. Our work yielded 62 acres of breeding habitat, 58 acres of nectar habitat, and 17 acres of overwintering habitat, as well as 62 acres under improved management. The Xerces Society was a key partner, sharing their expertise with CARCD and RCDs on monarchs, monarch habitat, best practices, and more. The Enhancing Wildlife Habitat and Carbon Sequestration on Working Lands grant will close next month and will meet and surpass its target outcomes. This grant provided funding for 10 RCDs to develop carbon farm plans and habitat restoration plans throughout the state. The Carbon Cycle Institute was an important partner in this grant, assisting RCDs with various aspects of the carbon farm plans they developed. As of now, the RCDs have surpassed the target of 44 carbon farm plans and expect to have completed over 60 by the close of the grant and have developed at least 5 stream flow enhancement plans and 5 land smart water plans. Through outreach, they've increased landowner awareness and interest in carbon farm plans and stream and irrigation improvements. So with the funding requested in this proposal, these plans can be implemented and their benefits fully realized. Next slide, please. The chart on this slide illustrates the benefits to all involved of the collaboration enabled through our proposal. All RCDs benefits from the expertise of our partners who will provide training, resources, and on-the-ground assistance that will help RCDs achieve desired outcomes. RCDs will share their own expertise with each other and share resources. A great benefit of this inter-RCD collaboration is the empowerment of smaller RCDs who might not have the capacity to carry out their projects without the support of larger RCDs in their regions. CARCD's administration of the project reduces the administrative burden for RCDs and partners, freeing them up to focus on work at the ground level. So through collaboration and economies of scale, we'll achieve greater impacts as a body of partners than would be possible if each was working independently. Next slide, please. CRCD has the grant and project management experience and capacity to administer the proposed grant. You can see the list of 10 funders that awarded us block grants already on this slide. Many of them have either renewed our contracts or awarded us additional block grants. We're now being approached by other agencies who've heard that CRCD block grants can be a great way for them to efficiently distribute the extraordinary funding they've received to meet California's goals. CARCD is growing and adding staff to take on this additional work, and we're implementing new applications and systems to streamline our admin work. And we have a full-time JEDI program manager who's there to ensure RCDs are better able to serve historically underserved and marginalized Californians. We're ready to go and excited about the huge impact this collaborative effort will have on wildlife and planet. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of our proposal.
Great, thank you. Is there any board member questions? Comments?
Nancy, don't go too far yet. I've got a series of questions, but let me see whether other board members here first have questions, and then we'll go to Zoom, and then I have a set of questions.
Yeah, just a really quick question. I was not aware of carbon farm planning before this presentation came up, and I read a little bit about it. My understanding is, could you just explain it a little bit? And it seems like there are multiple benefits from this approach, including water retention, increasing biodiversity. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Sure. So carbon farm planning does, it sounds like it's all around about carbon sequestration, which is a huge benefit. But with regard to the focus of WCB, which of course I know we're all focused on carbon sequestration because if we don't fix climate change, what does it matter with the rest of the work that we're doing? But there are definite additional benefits, as you just mentioned, water retention, soil health, and then biodiversity. One of the, just like an easy answer is like hedgerows, which is one of the very common practices. These provide pollinator habitat as well as other wildlife habitat. And then just the general approach to implementing the plan is all around this big picture of sequestering carbon and protecting habitat, and using your farm to do good for the environment and yield better results. I am not a technical expert on this, so if you do need more technical expertise on carbon farm planning, I would need to ask many of the RCDs that really are experts on.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. So you mentioned that you will have a JEDI manager.
We have one.
You have one. So, in the board report, it says within a disadvantaged community, it's obviously the entire state, California. So it's not clear just based on the presentation, how this will, in terms of the project selection, how disadvantaged communities would be served.
Mhm.
What are the definitions that you would be using? Or the Jedi manager would be using to ensure that there is, impact? And have you already, because I heard that there's already scope and plans set up. So have you already identified areas within the state where you would provide the technical assistance and the implementation of the project? So I'm trying to get more detail on kind of the approach on the disadvantaged communities.
Sure. Well, let me back up a little bit and just talk about the focus at why, who's funding and why the Jedi program manager is there at this point. She's working under two different NRCS grants, both of which are focused on specifically outreach and work with disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, because that's kind of the focus of NRCS.
Can you just define that for me?
It's
Disadvantaged farmers
it's
and
one of
ranchers?
those definitions that varies, but you would be looking at racial minorities. That's the main focus.
Okay.
Of course, tribal communities.
Okay.
And then, it can branch into women farmers and just economically disadvantaged people. But I mean, I would say that, generally, we're seeking to engage with the BIPOC community. And so what her job is to work with RCDs and in coordination with NRCS to refine their ability to do good outreach and engagement with these communities and, farmers and ranchers and the surrounding communities as well. We had, I can't remember the number of RCDs, but a large number of RCDs who have already identified who are already either engaging with or plan to engage with tribal communities in their areas. And there's a list in the proposal of the various tribes with whom people will be interacting and engaging. And this is just what Jedi used to be this thing that we sort of wanted to do on the side, and that's not right. What we're doing now is we're integrating that into all our work, so that we approach every single project with the idea that we are to benefit the entire population of California and move beyond our kind of typically narrow, the way the room looks, and not representing the entirety of our state. So that's just a focus that we're putting into every project. And the majority of RCDs are well into this and looking forward to doing more. And there, if you looked at some of the individual work that RCDs have done, it would be encouraging with regard to how far we've come in a short time.
I guess maybe just, so is the proposal a 3-year grant, or what's the term of the?
It is a
Grant.
3-year grant.
So it would be 3 years.
2027. Yeah, we have 3 years to allocate the funding and then additional 2 years to spend. So it's a 5-year.
It's a
project,
5-year
So through
project.
2027. Yeah.
Quick clarifying question. So for the 2 years to spend, does that mean the projects have to be done in 2 years, or you just have to get the money out to
They
the
have,
sub grantees?
yeah, we have to get them, we have to grant and allocate the funding to a grantee within the first 3 years. And then the grantee has that entire 5 years to spend the funding, to implement projects.
Okay.
Jenna, I'm gonna save my questions to the end, but my first point will be a set of questions with you. I just think the board going forward with block grants needs much more detail on the agenda. So we'll come back to that in a minute.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's such a significant amount of funding. It would be, I just want to echo Mr. Bonan's comment, just to have more information about how the decision making will be made about the funding and where it will go, and some details like that, I think, just to better understand it.
Anyone?
Well, are you suggesting we're continuing this for additional information? I'm not sure what you were
No.
making. What were you saying?
I have some advice to offer
Okay.
to staff if in subsequent meetings, they also, foresee bringing block grants.
Okay. Okay. I was just had two questions out of curiosity, actually. There are, I don't know how many RCDs are in the state of California, and you may not be,
There are 95 and
Okay.
43 of them are on this project.
and then 43 of them are, and how many of, their jurisdiction isn't
We
really
cover almost the entire state with this grant.
with this grant. So if you don't have an RCD in your area of,
There are very few counties that don't have active RCDs. They tend to be kind of in the eastern desert region and in the south. And in that case, in general, we won't be covering those areas. But we have very, very good coverage of the state. And on occasion, if there's an area that is not covered by an RCD, or there's an inactive RCD there, or one that's just so under-resourced that they're not doing anything, another RCD can work to get the, just agree with them to get the work done in that area. But RCDs are placed so well throughout the state, and one RCD has this networking effect. So all these landowners and land managers, not just farmers and ranchers, but also the parks. And, we're like in this grant, we're going to be doing some work on CDFW land because we're partnering with them on that. So there's a broad reach that you get across the state very efficiently by working with RCDs who've been doing this for a really long time.
I guess I know one in LA County. That's why I'm asking about that, of how you cover 10 million people, and it's big. It's a big area, and it's not a lot of working lands.
No.
So that I was sort of interested in how the application would be dealt with given this thing. So do RCDs maintain lands that you come in and working lands? Do you maintain them in perpetuity? You're just doing a project and leaving?
Normally, and what would happen if this grant is, we'll have agreements with the landowners who will go into this voluntarily with the desire to get conservation work done on their lands. The agreements will span at least 10 years, where they agree to not mess up the beautiful work that's been done, and to do
Who monitors that during those 10 years?
During the course of the grant, WCB has the right through this landowner agreement to go out and view the land at least once a year over that period. And during the grant, we monitor the work as well as we're doing the work.
You can enforce grants. You can enforce.
We have there's a landowner agreement, so that agreement could be used.
I'm just asking this because on the sequestering issue, if it's relating to,
I'm sorry.
if sequestration, if it's related to reaching our climate targets, has to be carefully quantified and monitored. And so I was just, you don't have to answer all that. It's just
Okay.
this is a change of scope, and I hope it's successful.
But if you're looking at one carbon farm plan implementation plan, you would be asking those questions, and they would be answered by, we'll be using the Comet and other tools that are out there to sequester carbon, and none of that changes. It's just multiplied by a big number within this grant. So really, I would just, if there's concern that each project is going to be less rigorously looked at and less rigorously performed than it would be if this were one single grant with WCB, I would just argue or work to I know that is not true, that each RCD takes full responsibility for the work that they do, whether they're working with a block grant or individually with WCB.
More questions?
Maybe before we go to Zoom, Sally, Catherine, Samantha, if it's okay, I actually would like to run through a few of my questions. So John, these are questions I think that will just indicate an expectation I would have as you're fine tuning for subsequent block grants that you may want to bring. And Nancy, you just have the luxury of going first. So the questions are coming out.
No, I'm happy
Yeah.
because we've done these block
Yes.
grants before, so I'm not being blindsided by anything you're asking, so it's fine.
And your slide that illustrates what other funders have faith in you is a powerful slide because we know many of those funders relationship wise. And your comment about of your 90 something RCDs, I think 43 are participating in this program is also pretty powerful, I think. But you're taking on a fair amount of responsibility. Is the California RCD its own corporate entity? You're,
We're a nonprofit.
okay, so you're 501.
Yes, we're a nonprofit membership association. And we're supported through grant funding and then
Right.
this tiny bit of dues from the RCDs.
And is each of the sub grantees, the individual RCDs themselves also a separate corporate entity? Or do they fall
They're
under
special
your?
districts.
Okay. All right, that's right. John, has the the block grant contract been drafted?
The grant agreement?
Mhm.
Yes, it has.
Are there unique aspects of it that ensure your oversight,
There is,
such as?
such as reporting biannual reporting back, final reports. Yeah, let me start over. So there is very specific guidelines in there. So it's reporting, status reporting, it's final reporting on project completion, it's continued monitoring, it's a long-term commitment, a 10-year, minimum 10-year commitment for each project, and then the ability to report back on those projects over time.
And those oversight attributes you just mentioned, did you take those from individual grant agreements you use now, or are these unique oversight attributes you kind of augmented given the size of the grant?
We looked at this particular project as like a high-level funding mechanism to fund individual little projects over
Okay.
time. And so each one of those individual little projects will have the same requirements, obligations, due diligence, goals, objectives as a individual project. This is just a funding mechanism to get the funding out the door for those particular projects. So all of the projects will be following the same guidelines. They'll be under the same grant restriction or not, well, grant restrictions and conditions. And they'll be implemented on the ground over time.
A typical state provision for risk management is payment in arrears.
That
Is payment in arrears in existence in this contractual agreement?
it is, yes, and it falls upon the larger association, not the
So
individual.
you take that
district.
risk relative to the sub grants?
Yes, and what we've been doing on the last two grants and what we would do on this as well is we RCDs, when we contract with them, and as part of that contract, we get from each of them a detailed statement of work, which includes overall the activities that they're going to be performing and their specific deliverables, which are on us to ensure that they achieve. And then they perform their work and they invoice us to either monthly or quarterly, depending on their cash flow needs. And along with any invoice comes a status report, which lays out by task, which is laid out in our budget, what activities they performed and charged to that task, as well as the progress towards those deliverables. And then we will be doing an annual narrative report. Oh, and then, by the way, and so that all comes to us. And then instead of WCB having to manage, 40 invoices and 40 progress reports, we pull those all together, check the invoices, make sure they're all right. make one invoice attaching all those as backup, and then do a summary of all the narrative reports we've received from them. So WCB is getting a progress report with every single invoice that we send to WCB. In addition, on this project, which is new, is we're going to require that RCDs use a tracking program that's been developed that's called Project Tracker, which is really beautiful for transparency, and I think actually can be a really nice tool for WCB to show off the work that it's funding. It's quite visual, and it will show progress and impacts over time. So I think that's going to be something that will enhance the transparency as we move forward.
Okay. Again, you just bear the burden of being first, so I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Like, roughly speaking, what's the annual operating budget of the association?
It is about, oh God, I'm really bad at this.
I won't hold
It's
you to
around
it.
2 million.
Okay. So 19,
19 is passed through. I'm just talking about what
Yeah.
for us.
okay,
If I were to talk about all the money that we've passed through, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would need to get our
Okay.
financial person because
Okay.
I'm lame at that.
I see in the summary for the board, John, that environmental documentation or CEQA is a responsibility assigned to the association.
It's, well, the RCDs can be
Yes.
the lead agencies. They're
Yes.
qualified to do that. So it is our job to make sure that they have looked at each project and then just been able to ascertain that it's exempt from CEQA or gone through the entire CEQA process. And that's what we did with the last grant as well.
Deep appreciation, and I think want to note your leadership in bringing equity and inclusion into your decision making. It sounds like you're trying to do systematically. John, if appropriate, I'd like to offer that there might be a moment where your project manager could have a conversation with maybe Rebecca, and we have a deputy at the department whose sole job is to look through all of our systems around, equity in our granting. And I think it'd be really useful for us if we could foster that engagement between y'all's project manager and the department's
And
specialist.
that would be great. And I'm also the project manager because I have 2 jobs right now.
Okay.
That's why I'm not so great on the budget, because I've only been interim ED for a rather short period of time.
Okay. Hey, look, the business and, management benefit of block grant to me is obvious. It's a project delivery mechanism that can increase efficiencies and effectiveness and be a tool to go to scale. So John, I think this is probably more of our future, not less of our future. But I just encourage you, it comes in my mind with a heightened responsibility to show the oversight, the care, the attention to detail, given how large block grants can be. And I think the next agendas need to meet that.
Right.
That measure.
And can I just make one point as well, is that in this block grant, while the grant will go to the association, WCB staff is still responsible to approve budgets, approve invoices for each individual project. So we're not going to be eliminating that step in this situation.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So one, just in terms of kind of thinking through the grant agreement that's been drafted, because the board report says that it will serve disadvantaged communities, are you setting targets in the grant agreement that would need to be upheld in terms of X number of, ranchers or farmers need to be representative of either Native American community, African American, Latino? I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out where is the accountability. I appreciate and understand the commitment and dedication. But it comes down to, for me, does the grant agreement specifically set some thresholds or expectations of where the funding, the type of technical assistance and farmers that it will support?
At this
Or
time, it
ranchers.
does not.
Okay.
I have some questions. Are we moving to the
Yes, please,
those
Catherine.
ones soon? And this is for John. John, how did the staff decide on RCD and the applicant for the next two block grants? How did you decide on those folks? Did you do an RFP, or is this something that was done based on previous experience, or what?
I think it was a combination, Catherine. As said earlier, particularly for this particular project, we have provided a block grant to the RCDs in the past and relatively recently to complete actually research, study, that kind of thing to implement this kind of a project. But, we've been working with these organizations for years. We've been doing projects piecemeal by piecemeal. We've been doing individual projects on the ground, and, to ramp up and to understand the economies of scale, what's going to be necessary in order to combat climate change over time. We needed to speed things up. And, working with, on this particular one, the RCDs, we have a great relationship with individual RCDs around the state. We have multiple grants open with different RCDs right now. And, this was really born out of the planning process that we actually funded maybe a year, 2 years ago with the RCDs. And so that's how we materialized this one. The one with Point Blue, at least on the first one, I think it's the first one, item 18. Yeah, it's a climate smart meadow restoration project. And that's a coalition that's been working out on the ground for several years now up in the Sierras, particularly centered around meadow restoration. And that partnership is formed. People talked about, well, how can we get the funding out quicker? How can we make projects more smarter? How can we do them more efficiently? And, the idea of a block grant to do a number of projects out on the ground kind of formed out of that partnership. And then lastly, we've been working with Point Blue for quite a while. We have funded them on planning projects. Staff and myself also, we actually went out on the ground maybe a year and a half ago with Point Blue to look at some of the work that they were doing and that we helped fund. And then, then we talked about it. How can we get this on a larger scale, a bigger scale, a more efficient scale? And then what about a block grant? And while the projects are not identified, the goals and objectives of each project are identified. And to achieve those, you got to have the same requirements, whether you're doing a block grant for a smaller project, a number of smaller projects, or if you're doing one project at a time. And so the goals and objectives of each individual project is not changing in this. So that's kind of how these evolved. We didn't seek out Point Blue to do a block grant. We talked to them about the idea of a block grant and how much sense that would make to doing the kinds of work that they do out on the ground. And so we recommended they applied, and they applied as well as the RCD. The application went through a review process, just like any other project. And it was recommended by our reviewers, which includes Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, that this makes sense to move forward with these particular block grants. And that's kind of the way we got here today.
Yeah. So one of my concerns with that approach is that, one of the values for a public agency doing an RFP is that you can set out certain expectations that are public, and then it's very transparent, and it gives an opportunity for other organizations that might not be on your list of regular acquaintances to apply. And that has been one way of giving more opportunities to organizations that represent low-income communities or represent disadvantaged communities in other ways. I could imagine that if we had done something like that, you could have said, or there would have been the potential for the applicants to come in as in a collaboration. Point Blue would collaborate with something like an environmental justice organization that serves statewide in order to make sure that they're getting the right access to those smaller groups who are spread around the state that a larger group may not be aware of. Similarly, I really appreciate, by the way, the presentation you've given today, Nancy, but similarly, there could be some expectation that certain groups would be consulted or be brought in and as collaborators in identifying applicants or in evaluating applicants and evaluating some of the organizations they're going to be applying. And what troubles me about this approach then is that we haven't sort of opened that door to that opportunity. And I'm also, you know, I'm not, I understand that, and I appreciate, and I think this whole, I agree with Chuck, I think this is the way we're going to go. We're going to be doing more of block grants. And what's so important about this is to make sure we get it right from the start. And I feel like the conversation earlier about setting up criteria and so forth for some of the big state funding that we've suddenly gotten and how to distribute that, it's premature to start sending out these very large block grants before that discussion has been completed and those criteria have been established. And I worry about accountability. I understand the value and you know, it's important to have the reports back to WCB, but we aren't, as a board, we aren't seeing the projects at any level until the money has already been distributed and they've either succeeded or failed. So it feels like we're accelerating this necessarily, but we're doing it in a way that reduces the accountability and certainly reduces our ability as a board to provide the oversight that at least for those of us appointed by, I know, you know, my role is expected to be providing oversight from a legislative body. And I worry that the way this is set up now won't allow for that kind of accountability and oversight from the board members. I appreciate what the staff is doing and I appreciate what's driving it, but I don't know that this way we're doing it is I think it needs to be fine-tuned before we start giving out what is essentially today, you know, about $70 million.
Would it be helpful if, you know, we came to board meetings every quarter or 6 months to give a progress report? And I mean, again, I mentioned that project tracker, there will be access there, or if we, as a matter of fact, I wanted to, Chuck, we actually are in contact already with Nicole Cropper. She's participating at the CRCD conference. I mean, perhaps we could even work out something where we, you know, work with additional agencies, for instance, the Deputy Director for JEDI at CDFW, to kind of keep you updated on our equity work through this grant. I mean, we're gonna be wide open. We can provide whatever information you need as we're going through this work.
When these grants come to you, or when you go out and get the grant applicants, the applications come to you and you select from, you know, go through them from a staff perspective, do you take them to the full board, your board, to review or to approve or anything like that?
You mean CRCD?
Yeah.
Yes, they look at our proposals, and then the RCD boards have to approve the proposals that the RCDs do. So they, you know,
they're going through a couple of board processes.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the thing that y'all need, you and the Point Blue folks need, is clearer guidance from the Wildlife Conservation Board about our expectations, and it sounded like there would potentially be some metrics about equity grants and so on and so forth.
Hey, Catherine, while we ponder that for a sec, would you mind if I just see if Sally and Samantha, if they have anything to, I literally can't read the Zoom room to know. Whereas I can look at my left and right here. Sally, Samantha, anything you want to weigh in on?
Nothing at this time.
Yeah, likewise.
Take advantage of a awkward silence to jump in. I share Catherine's concerns. I think, this is, there's a lot of money and, I do share the concern about making sure folks that aren't sort of, established and been in this space are aware of the opportunities to be able to get the money out to other communities. We talked a lot about equity and disadvantaged and underserved communities. At the same time, I appreciate these established relationships and that sometimes these conversations happen organically and we're trying to be creative and enterprising and get this work moving and get the money out as quickly as possible. So I'm sort of wrestling with these views. This is the first one and we're sort of talking through a lot of these things and I appreciate that. I would agree with Catherine that going forward, we should get the word out to many more different groups, including other groups that fund block grants in other areas like social justice and environmental justice. I'm sure there are lots of groups, smaller CBOs and others who would be very interested in understanding these programs and how to apply. And maybe as we're thinking through, as part of the other subcommittee, we can think through those issues as well. But at the same time, I don't want to slow up something that already has been a very thoughtful process and presentation. So I'm sort of leaning towards wanting to move these forward, but taking these lessons learned for the next set of block grants, because it seems like this is going to be the future.
And can I just make one comment on Catherine's point about accountability? I don't think accountability is going to waver in this if you do a block grant or you do an individual project. Staff is still going to be engaged in every project that's done out on the ground. The Resource Conservation District, along with their partners, whether it's another resource conservation district, another nonprofit organization, a local agency, a state agency, they're going to be involved in these projects as well, out on the ground. And they're going to look at while this is one block grant for a larger concept, the end result of those are individual projects that will take place out on the ground with the same kind of equity, the same kind of due diligence, the same kind of integrity, and the same kind of implementation as if it was just one project that come before the board to begin with. So with that, I don't see that integrity and or accountability is going to waver or suffer because of a block.
I appreciate that, John, but I'm talking about the board's ability to make decisions. What we do now is projects come to the board and the staff goes through, presents the projects to the board, and the board decides whether or not the project is going to go forward. 99.9% of the time we say yes because the staff does such a good job. But that's a responsibility the board is given. And through these block grants, we're essentially shifting that responsibility to somebody else. In this case, it sounds like we're shifting it to the RCD board. And is that what we want to do? Is that the right approach? This is my question.
Yeah, so I see at least two ways to handle this process. I think each is legit and supportable. But Catherine, on that, I don't know if I'd use the word shift. I think block grants create an opportunity for like a cascading contractual relationship between the Uber funder to the in the field implementer. But you have to make sure the series of contractual relationships manage the risk appropriately. And we've done block grants before, so I think that structure exists. What's different is I think we each understand the pace and scale of work needed to turn around the biodiversity catastrophe loss and also make our actions more reflective of this more holistic commitment to equity and inclusion. We just can't transport in prior templates. These templates need a fine tuning reflective of where we are right now in 2022. So I think for me personally, knowing the long running institutional relationship with the RCD Association and RCDs, but also Point Blue in a moment, process could be, we would need motions, but we take up motions to approve these with a pretty direct understanding before we entertain additional block grants. I think we should have a purposeful conversation at the board about all that needs to go into block grants. If this is going to be more frequent. I think that's one way to handle it. Another way to handle it is, we have a meeting only about these 3 items that starts with a pretty in-depth workshop on block grants. I think each of those has a pro and con. I'm comfortable with motions on this agenda item to approve it. But I'd want to also know we're going to have more of that conversation before seeing additional block grants. But listening to board members, I'm offering 2 of those thoughts on process because I kind of think a few of us maybe we're struggling, wanting to get to yes, but also maybe needing a little more. Eventually, we're going to need to see if any of us wants to offer a motion, right?
Director Bonham, I would support that concept of these 3 items, but the open-ended question is, we have the surplus general fund, and I know how important it's going to be to encumber it.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
I'll just tell you as a legislator, it can
Yes.
all go away.
Yes.
As you continue to discuss this.
Which for me is.
Is important.
Yeah.
And we just want to make sure these are handled well. I see some areas of the state are sort of left out of these 3. So if there's going to be additional block grants, those are the kinds of comments from different members and Catherine that are participating today that we need to address for future ones. So I would be, because the clock is ticking.
Yes.
I didn't, this is sort of, we're doing a lot of things a little differently now for a variety of reasons. Some are good. We have excess general fund. Who would have thought that? So I would be supportive of these 3 items, but then bring back that discussion of block grants or just looking at, and will there be additional large sums of money in different categories? And if so, if these working lands kinds of concepts don't really capture a lot of the state that we'd like to capture or people in the state, maybe there's a little different focus or tweaking on subsequent block grants or something like that. So I would support your concept with these 3 items. I see them all, the same discussion occurring 3 times in a row right now. No one's opposed to them, but we want to make sure we're doing our job and that they're prudent expenditures, and that if there's additional funds, when there's additional funds available, I'll just say this, that like Imperial County is left out of 2 of these 3, so that's a problem. So if you're looking for a motion, I will make that motion on the three and then subsequent meetings. This is an item that deserves some extra attention, the concept of block grants and our obligation statewide to do the very best we can to spread these additional funds equitably.
Thank you, Senator. Let me quickly test the temperature to my right. How y'all feeling? And I know we have to.
Well, we should
Have this
hear,
also.
we should hear the Point Blue presentations, right?
Well, I
Or
suppose
not.
that's
Yeah.
another-
I hear the motion. Right?
No, I think we need to close.
Yeah, we need to
should do this
close.
It's open.
Yeah, one at a time since we're on the Zoom and we need a roll call vote.
We can do that.
So we do have a motion on this
Well-
particular one. And I think we're gonna have more comment, right?
Oh, hold on. How you feeling?
I mean, we can wait till my vote, but I'm not comfortable moving forward. I mean.
I couldn't hear that. We couldn't hear that on the Zoom.
Sorry, Catherine, it's Selena. I was just asked how I'm feeling. I understand the urgency of getting dollars out, and I'm not philosophically against block grants. But I think this is a significant amount of funding. I just feel like there's not enough. My experience has been the data will support it, that if you do not have the criteria that directs where those dollars are invested, then it does not reach communities of high need, whether it's ranchers, farmers. And so for me, you know, in the board letter, it says disadvantaged communities, like, let's not put that in there. If it's not in the grant agreement, then why are we putting it in the board letter? So I think for me, I'm not against the concept of block grants. I just feel like nothing in the board report gives me any confidence that this funding will support at least a portion of it into, you know, areas that have been historically, you know, disadvantaged, disinvested, whatever the term is. So, I can't support it in the current form. So I was just sharing that, but I understand that there's a motion on the table.
Just ask you a quick clarifying question. So if we took some more time, like an additional meeting or consider this again in February, would that impact this program? Are you, how would that impact it?
Well, it would be 3 months that we're not getting sequestering carbon and increasing wildlife habitat. So it wouldn't be a disaster, but the clock is ticking in terms of the funding and also in terms of the crises that we're facing. So it would matter. I mean, 3 months is 3 months. But again, we can, you know, the RCDs that did the last 2 block grants managed to get all their deliverables and then some with getting hit with COVID right in the middle of everything. So if we had to wait 3 months, we could still pull this off. But this is a really important issue, and I understand the desire to have a quantified requirement of how much you know, that we're not passing money on to landowners. That's one thing that I want to make clear, that this is getting conservation work done. And when we do the outreach to underserved farmers and ranchers, what we're doing is enabling them to increase the health of their soils and their ability to grow crops under the drought conditions that we have, while improving the environment. And RCDs are experts at bringing in the funding, you know, like equip and all the stuff that they need to get the work done. And that's why we'll be focusing on outreaching to them, which has not been a main focus until, you know, basically now. So, so we don't have a number yet because we don't have all the projects laid out. So it doesn't sound very good when I say, but it's going to be better than it ever was before, because we're kind of starting from zero, but it is going to be better than it ever was before because we're kind of starting at zero, with the fact that RCDs have already been reaching out and doing this work already, have relationships with tribes. We're working through with our NRCS to improve that and to empower more work that's being done with tribal communities as well as BIPOC communities in general. So this does encompass a lot of what we're trying to accomplish. But yes, the agreement at this point does lack a number. What we can do is show you in 6 months what the number is. How many people are we reaching out to? What are we going to get done through this? And I think that you will be happy with that. But so I hate to wait 3 more months to do that. That's it.
A benefit of the board, Nancy, is we don't have to wait for 3 months. So let me try a what if. And this is I suppose this is, well, I'll just be open about it. Hey, I'm balancing my own thought process here. I very much believe in the RCDs. And as I understand the proposal, I'm enthusiastic about it. And I also think this is going to be representative or emblematic of more of how this board will make large funding decisions down the line. And your engagement with us on your commitment to equity is a breath of fresh air, because you're one of the first that's paused this way, in my recent memory, to talk about your level of commitment to that. But it's also $20 million. And I can see what the next 2 agenda items are at a total amount of money. I think it's really important for this board to be lockstep with very positive, like, consensus that it wants to go this way. And I'm reluctant to force us into something where any board member has pretty clear reservation right now. I think those reservations can be overcome, because I could see a follow-up here that provides much more information. And I wonder whether people would be willing at the board level to come back in early January and spend about an hour or so just on block grants, like a conversation, and then take up this item. I would be planning on approving, but I think maybe the board is feeling I don't want to speak for everyone, hasn't received as much detail as it wants in order to make these kinds of decisions. So. No.
I like that approach, Chuck.
Yeah.
And I think first week in January, I mean, I'd be willing to come back earlier, but I know the holidays intervene, and I also wonder, Nancy, do you have other funding that some of the really basic groundwork that you need to get done can still get done, so that by the time you get the grant in January, you're not going to be a full 3 months behind or a full 2 months behind?
I mean, January isn't a problem. We're building on work that you already paid for to a large extent in the last 2 grants. So we're not depending, there's no other work that's being funded by anybody else right now that will keep going while we're waiting for January. But like I said, we'll build on what we've already done, and waiting till January isn't the same as waiting 3 months.
And look, I would imagine but another possible recipient of block grants who's currently on the agenda are highly motivated to potentially do some fine tuning based on this conversation, because you have now heard us kind of illustrate some things that are really important. My inclination is you're already working in that direction. And this is more of a fine tuning opportunity to come back positioned for kind of a closing conversation.
Yeah, that's fine, because you're not asking really anything that we weren't already
Yeah.
thinking about. You're just wanting
Yeah.
us to provide more precise information on that.
And we're not gonna do anything if we go this path that's prejudicial to that and everyone is giving also positive signals. So maybe that's a way to handle the moment we're in. I'm gonna quickly get a reputation for deferring everything, but I just think, almost $100 million, it's really important for the board as an institution to bring everyone along, hopefully, in a way that illustrates our commitment collectively. So, John, counsel, if we do this, do you need a motion to defer it over? You do. Okay,
Yeah, we do have a motion currently on the floor, though,
which is
which is to approve.
I can withdraw that.
Okay.
Since-
I think it might be smart to withdraw that. Right, if you will. You
I'll
could.
withdraw that
Okay.
motion
All right.
to approve that
Yep.
first item.
So does this sound about right for a motion on item 17? I would move that we defer that item to the very first date we can secure in January. And I think someone on the Zoom needs to go on mute with the phone call they just took. And that between now and then, the project proponent, the potential grantee, work with board staff based on the feedback they received today to further fine tune. And John, I would further move for that January meeting that the board limit the agenda items to today's agenda items 17, 18, and 19. And start this board meeting with an agenda item, which is presentation on block grant criteria, elements, oversight, reporting, risk management strategies.
And Chuck, would you accept a friendly amendment that we say not just January, by January 10th or something like that, so that
Yeah.
we are motivated to do it in the first week or so?
Okay, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So a quorum, so is it the goal to have all 7 board members present, or are we good with a quorum for that board meeting?
Can everybody just say they'll be there whenever it is?
I'll
It's
be there.
actually quiet at the beginning of
Yeah.
the month.
Just as
Yeah.
long as it's not a Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Okay.
Tuesday's very hard.
So we have a strong preference for all of us. But we could live with a quorum.
Okay.
Look, if the reason to give just a touch more time is the importance of getting it right, not rushed, because it's a large amount of money, then that should mean each of us can show up. So. So that's the motion. Anybody want a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Chuck,
Yes.
Sally,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Aye.
Alina Bookday,
Aye.
Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips. Catherine?
Aye. Sorry, I was on mute.
All right, so we will bring back item 17 at a early date in January of 2023. So that takes us to item 18. What's the board's pleasure? Do you guys want to hear a presentation on 18? Or would you prefer to defer this
I
until
think we should take all 3 and have that
defer those?
in
Okay,
and spend.
all right.
the
So,
hours It takes to go through it then,
all right,
after we have the understanding of the.
all right.
block rates.
So Colin, can I ask you a question? So consistent with Chuck's motion on for item 17, which included the three projects, 17, 18, and 19, do we need a separate motion?
If the previous motion included all three, no.
All right. It included all three. It did include, yeah, 17, 18, and 19. Several.
Let me just say, yeah, we love you. You do great work. We love you. You do great work. This is like democracy and process in action, right? We're supposed to sort out this in public together. I'm really confident in my department and this board's relationships with y'all. Don't take the conversation negatively. We just need to spend a little extra time, get it even more polished. So. And you raised your hand, so we'll just continue the unorthodox approach to the meeting. And your question is?
Yeah, can you come up to the front?
Yeah.
please? They get you on.
We'll get through this together, everybody. Roll with it. Yeah.
Thanks for allowing me to come up. My name is Alicia Wiseman. I'm on the Sierra Meadows Partnership Management Board. I did just want to express the high altitude nature of our project sites and that time is especially of the essence for our upcoming meadow restoration season. We have a very limited window. So January early would be greatly appreciated. And we do understand the importance of this issue. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, sure.
There are 3 RCDs that I think have been on waiting for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Comment, can they still do that or do you want them to? They were just going to speak in support of the project. Do you want them to just wait until the next time?
Yeah, just wait. I would. just wait,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. I appreciate everyone's patience, board members too, staff. Thank you.
John, can you hear me?
Yes.
So can you address the Zoom calls? We have a lot of people asking if they can also do public comment or questions right now. And we have I don't know, about like 8 of them. So if you want to address them to come back to it, or how do you want to address that? Just let me know.
We have to address it, right?
I'm sorry, they want to comment on this one specifically?
So comment on items 17, 18, and 19, Celeste?
We had someone who just asked, will there be public comment on this item? So I'm assuming number 17, no one's specifically saying an item number. And there's other RCDs who are asking, some questions on our Q&A.
Yes, I think we need to take public comment. And I would just ask if you do have public comment on Zoom or through Zoom, please hold your comments to 2 minutes. And so if you can call up the first public member, Celeste, that wishes to speak on either item 17, 18, or 19.
Okay, so Paul Martin.
I will make my comments at the January meeting if that's appropriate.
That is very appropriate, sir. Thank you. Next up.
It seems the rest have dropped their hands.
All right.
So
Good. All right. Well, please watch for the agenda for the January timeframe meeting regarding the block grant projects. And please feel free to reach out to us during that time frame if you wish. Otherwise, please participate in January as well. So with that, we'll move on to item number 20. This is a Trinity Alps Forest Restoration Project. Judah Grossman on our staff will present the board the project.
All right, thank you, John, members of the board. This is not a block grant. This is a proposal to consider the allocation for a grant to the Trust for Public Land to enhance 3,500 acres of alpine forest in the Trinity Alps, approximately 20 miles southwest of Weed in Trinity and Siskiyou counties. So this location map shows the project area as red polygons. They're distributed adjacent to the Shasta Trinity National Forest. And they are also adjacent to two designated wilderness areas, the Shasta Trinity Wilderness Area and Castle Crags Wilderness. Next slide. So the project area falls within the larger watershed for the Trinity River. And we're losing quite a contingent. And it provides habitat for anadromous fish and other wildlife, including Roosevelt elk and spotted owl. It is rugged, remote, and beautiful in that area. Next slide. The project area has served as timberland in the past, and this project would restore it to a wilderness condition. The ultimate goal is to transfer ownership and to the Forest Service so that it can be included in the designated wilderness areas. Next slide. Impacts in this area include road improvements and stream crossings, culverts, water diversions, and other related activities. Next slide. This cross-section shows a typical culvert and the downstream erosion, and the pictures on the right show the removal of one of those culverts, returning it to a wilderness condition. Next slide. This is another example. On the left here, again, we see the before and after photos of a culvert removal, and we see the heavy equipment work underway in the photograph on the right. Next slide. And staff recommends the project as proposed, and in the audience we have, we have a senior project manager, Brady Moss, with the Trust for Public Lands to help answer questions. Thank you. We lost a few people on the board.
That's okay. Well, we've got a quorum. So any questions for staff, Jonah?
Just a question. So is this an acquisition or is it a easement? I'm a little confused. Or it seems like it's a restoration.
This is a restoration grant, and
it's going to TPL?
That's right. And then TPL would restore the property and then transfer it to the Forest Service. So it's associated with the transfers, but the grant itself is for implementation of restoration activities.
Okay, so TPL is going to oversee that work.
Bingo.
Interesting. So can you explain how this project is within a disadvantaged community?
Let's see. Well, we use the DWR mapper of DAC communities, and I didn't look at that in advance of this particular presentation to see, is it called out as benefiting a disadvantage? Okay, so then based on those polygons that are identified in the DWR mappers, and there are different years of data that they provide, that's how we determine if it's within a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community. Yeah.
So is it an income-based criteria because it seems like
They do look at household incomes and they, oh,
living where the polygons are?
yeah. Well, this is remote area, but you know, I trust in DWR's mapping to determine the average family income. You know, this isn't a resort area. There is tourism, but this is, you know, not unlike the other parts in California, for example, the foothills, they can have financial challenges as well in a place that's still beautiful and remote. Yeah, so the DWR's disadvantaged community mapper would be the tool that we use to make that determination.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any questions from board members online?
Yeah, I assume there are going to be things done to reduce or mitigate any negative impacts on amphibians, because I'm going to assume there are amphibians in this area where you're going to be doing some of the work because there's water.
Okay, I'll defer to our grantee representative to speak to any methods that would be used to avoid impacts to amphibians. Yeah, please do. Thank you. And this is Brady Moss with Trust for Public Lands.
Hello, everyone. So we are working with a contractor in Trinity County in Hayfork, the Watershed Restoration and Training Center, and they're helping us secure our permits. So I can't speak specifically to amphibians and how they'll be treated in the project. But it's my understanding we'll be seeking a permit from CDFW, from the Water Board, potentially from the Army Corps. So yeah, I'm not sure if
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Catherine, your question was what measures will be taken in project implementation to ensure protection for aquatic species, amphibians? And I think the project proponent answer or the implementer is, that those will be conditions likely in approval permits. And implementing the project requires approval from a bunch of resource agencies, including DFW.
Got it.
Okay, so
I just have one more quick question. John, where's the funding coming from? I know it says general fund.
Yeah.
But which bucket is this, the 1.8?
This is coming out of the nature-based solutions out of 179. I'll tell you
The 150
specifically.
million?
I don't believe this is the 150 million. I believe
Oh.
this is the Cascades and Sierra Watershed Program.
Got it. Okay. I think it would be helpful, is it listed in the board letter where the bucket of funding? I mean, I know it says general fund.
Right.
But it would be great to specifically call out.
You can put the
program.
section
Yeah.
budget act bill number and the section from which it comes from going forward. And I'd be happy to answer where the funding is coming from on any of the projects going forward today. So I do have that info.
Catherine, I'm just, for what it's worth, while I don't know each of the details, this is a common set of proposed actions when you step into, previously forested lands and then the restoration work you do relative to roads and culvert management, which in large part is designed to prevent sediment load into the streams. So it's a very familiar set of proposed actions. Let me just see whether we have a motion on agenda item 21. Great, second.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
All right, Chuck,
Yes.
Sally Lookenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Hi.
Alina Boakday,
Aye.
Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. We'll move on to item 21.
Yep. So let's get our rhythm back, board. We'll have a staff presentation on each agenda item. We'll have questions for staff or the project potential grantee. And then we'll go to staff to call for public comment. And we need to check Zoom as well. And then we'll come back for motion. And that's our pattern for each of the next 8 board items.
Okay, this is to consider the Battle Creek Confluence Side Channel Restoration Planning Project. This is also a general fund project, but this is coming out of the Budget Act, the Budget Bill 170, which is section 54 under the environmental flow pot of money. So with that, Aaron Heyman on our staff will present the project. Aaron?
Thank you, John, members of the board. Good afternoon. This is the map where the project site is located. Next slide. This proposal is to consider the allocation of $1,097,988 in funds for a planning grant to the Resource Conservation District of Tehama County to develop designs, conduct impact analyses, and prepare environmental permits that will result in a shovel-ready project that can be implemented to reconnect and restore a historic side channel at the confluence of the Sacramento River and Battle Creek in Tehama County. Next slide. The plans, designs, and permits developed under this project will include consideration of several different design alternatives that will lead to the reconnection and restoration of side channel habitat that can be utilized by juvenile salmonids and that is generally less favorable to invasive predatory fish. Next slide. Rearing habitat has been identified as one of the major limiting factors for juvenile salmonid survival. Without side channel or floodplain habitats, juvenile salmonids move into the main stem of the Sacramento River, which has fewer food resources, less habitat, and more predators. Next slide. The total area of this 97-acre project will include the side channel itself and also the surrounding riparian habitat, which will benefit numerous riparian bird species and also other wildlife species. Next slide. Staff recommends that the board approve this project as proposed. In the audience virtually are John Barrett and Riley Willis from the Resource Conservation District of Tehama County, and Mark Bowen from Thomas Gass and Associate Environmental Consulting to answer questions.
Thank you, Aaron. Board member, David?
Thank you for the presentation. It sounds like a terrific project. I just wanted to acknowledge and just be really grateful for incorporating traditional ecological knowledge into the project. And just to ask about that, was that the result of the department or WCB staff reaching out to the tribe, or did the tribe approach you, or how did that come about to be part of the project for future? This is just asking for future projects.
My recollection is that it actually came from sort of several different sources. The Resource Conservation District themselves have very good relations with their neighboring tribes. So the tribes were aware this project is being developed. So sort of a background knowledge. We certainly did advise at very early stages of consultation that tribes should be consulted. And so I'm sure that contributed. So I think it all sort of synergistically worked together.
That's great. Just love to see this and would love to see it in future, as many future projects as possible.
All right. Any other board member questions? Anybody, any board members on Zoom have any questions? Hearing none. Any members of the public?
We have two raised hands.
Okay, can you call their names, Alexa, please?
Yes. The first is John Barrett. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm just here to answer questions if needed. I'm the district manager for the Tehama County Resource Conservation District and have been the project manager on numerous of these sites. So if the board has any questions, I can answer them.
Great, thank you. Next.
The next will be Ali Menders-Knight.
Hi, my name is Ali Menders-Knight. I am a master TEK practitioner out of Butte County for the Mechoopda tribe, but I've been working with the Paskanta tribe, which is in the area, the traditional tribal area of this. So we've been working on a few projects together. We have a trained staff that we've certified with traditional ecological knowledge, especially for habitat restoration in riparian, using traditional techniques and seeds. So that's been incorporated into these projects. And we've worked a lot with Tehama County, and we really appreciate the work and the outreach they've given us.
We have two more raised hands. The next will be Mark Bowen.
Hi, this is Mark Bowen. I am assisting the Tehama County RCD, and we have been working together with the Mechoopda tribe, traditional ecological knowledge practitioners, Ali, who you just heard from. I just wanted to make you aware of this particular site was the site of the a massacre of 175 Native Americans in 1844. And part of this project will be to recognize and honor those people.
And
Great,
next
thank
is
you.
Letitia Miller.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I was actually just going to bring up what the gentleman before me just brought up. Also, I'm the vice chair for the Pasquenta Band of Nomalaki Indians, and I just want to say that we're really excited to be working on this project as the tribe and with Mechoopda and the folks there. This project is not like any other project that we've been involved in, you know, going from the salmon restoration project to being able to bring in this TEK knowledge at the end and restore the land back to the way it used to be. And not only that, we're providing workforce development. We're bringing in money to the county. There's all good things that are going to be happening here, and the tribe's really excited to be a partner in this endeavor.
Great, thank you so much. Next.
Those were all the raised hands.
All right, any other board member comments, questions? Do I have a motion?
John, I'll make a motion to approve this agenda item as staff recommends.
Second?
Great, we have a motion and a second. Chuck Bonham,
Aye.
Sally Lukenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Aye.
Alina Bokde. Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips. Catherine?
Sorry, I'm having computer problems. Aye.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 22. Thank you, Mayor. This is to consider a conservation easement project with the Feather River Land Trust on a project up in Sierra Valley. Jason Yee of our staff will present the project.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you, John. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Feather River Land Trust for a cooperative project with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to support their acquisition of a conservation easement over 4,101 acres of land for the protection of a working landscape. The property is situated in north central Sierra Valley, 32 miles north of the town of Truckee and 3 miles southeast of the small town of Beckworth in Plumas County. Highway 70 provides primary access to the area and is approximately 3 miles north of the property. The property is encased by the Northern Sierra Mountains on the west, the Sierra and Diamond Mountains to the north, and the Bald Mountain Range to the east and south. The valley is drained to the northwest by the wild and scenic middle fork of the Feather River, with headwaters begin at the nearby town of Beckworth and flows through the property, dividing it into western and eastern portions. Next slide, please. The property's northern boundary connects to the 2,535 acre Sierra Valley Preserve owned by the Feather River Land Trust. The preserve contains a variety of wetland habitats that make it a key stopover for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway and also offers year-round public recreational opportunities with over 3 miles of interpretive trails. The Plumas National Forest abuts the property's converging western and southern boundaries. Next slide, please. The developed property is formed by 6 irregular shaped parcels with mostly level topography. The property features a diverse assemblage of open waterways, emergent wetlands, wet meadows, perennial native grasslands, and dry meadows, along with areas of sagebrush and bitterbrush vegetation. A system of canals traverses the property, providing water rights from both the middle fork of the Feather River and the Little Truckee River. The property currently supports cattle grazing, which occurs during the summer and fall months. The property contains several identified sensitive habitat areas, including the 65-acre marble wetlands, which supports a diverse community of breeding wetland bird species. The marble wetlands is considered one of the most popular public birding spots in Plumas County, with easy viewing from the county's Marble Hot Springs Road, which crosses the property. Next slide, please. The property provides quality habitat for numerous wildlife species, some special status. Some of these include the golden eagle, Swenson's hawk, bald eagle, prairie falcon, peregrine falcon, burrowing owl, northern harrier, black tern, greater sandhill crane, yellow-headed and red-winged blackbirds, American badger, and southwestern river otter. The property also provides summer range and migratory habitat for the Loyalton Truckee and slope mule deer herds, and for the growing Long Valley, Sierra Valley pronghorn herd. The proposed conservation easement will help to protect the habitat corridors created with adjacent protected lands and ensure that the water resources are not impaired by the misuse of the property. Under the terms of the easement, rural residential subdivision and non-compatible agricultural uses will be prohibited. Cattle ranching will continue to be allowed, but will be managed and monitored to ensure the conservation values on the property are not compromised. Next slide, please. This acquisition is supported by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Sierra Valley Truckee Conceptual Area Protection Plan. The main objectives of the plan are to conserve and enhance biodiversity, protect threatened vegetative communities and animals, and maintain habitat linkages that help protect elevation gradients that allow species to migrate and adapt to climate change. Next slide, please. The trust will manage and monitor the property as part of their 14 conservation holdings within Sierra Valley. To promote and encourage public and private recreational and educational enjoyment of the property, the trust will be allowed to construct a future parking lot with interpretive signage along Marble Hot Springs Road. This will also support the trust's future desires to allow waterfowl hunting opportunities on the north end of Marble Wetlands, along with other wetlands located on the southern portions of the property. The Department of General Services have approved the fair market value of $2.7 million. Staff recommends the approval of the project as proposed. In the audience are Christy Jamison of the Feather River Land Trust and Sean Duthit, Executive Director of the Feather River Land Trust. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jason. Any board member comments, questions? Any board members on Zoom? Have any questions? Hearing none. Any members of the public? Celeste, are there any hands raised?
There are no hands raised.
Great. Any last minute comments, questions, or a motion?
I'll make a motion. With my microphone on, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda item as staff recommends.
Great, thank you, Chuck.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So Chuck Bonham,
Yes, aye.
Sally Lukenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Aye.
Alina Bokde,
Aye.
Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. All right, item 23 in the agenda has been withdrawn at this time, maybe coming back at a future date. So we'll move on to item number 24 in the agenda. This is to consider an augmentation to an existing grant for the Salmon Creek School Water Conservation project located up in Sonoma County. Scott McFarland on our staff will present the project. Scott.
Good afternoon. This proposal is to consider the augmentation of a grant to the North Coast Resource Conservation and Development Council, previously approved on April 22nd, 21 by the board at a Stream Flow Enhancement Board meeting. Salmon Creek is a coastal watershed in western Sonoma County that supports threatened steelhead trout, as well as a population of endangered Central Coast, California coast coho salmon. The project site is located adjacent to Salmon Creek main stem on the Bohemian Highway in Occidental, approximately 14.5 miles upstream from the mouth of the creek where it enters the Pacific Ocean. Next slide, please. Once completed, the project will measurably improve summer stream flow in the Salmon Creek main stem and a coastal stream that's continued to support a population of Central Coast salmon. And this is a slide from the original presentation that shows some of the needs of the project, but I was just trying to get to the augmentation in the shortness of time, but I'll give you a moment to digest it. All right, next slide. The project will eliminate the annual extraction of the 1.5 million gallons of water from a shallow near stream alluvial well used for playing field irrigation at Salmon Creek School, which is located immediately adjacent to Salmon Creek. This is being accomplished by shrinking the irrigation area, implementing a suite of irrigation water conservation measures, and constructing a 517,000 gallon rainwater catchment system. The project will lead to increased summer base flow through the upper and middle reaches of Salmon Creek, which will include areas, documented coho again, and experiences extremely low flows in late summer. The disconnection during the late dry season. The project will also relaunch a stream flow monitoring program in the mainstream of the Salmon Creek to both gauge the effectiveness of the project and evaluate changes in the summer stream flow from previous data records. Just point out in this picture, when you look in the background, it kind of catches it on the bottom, but that's actually the cistern that's going to hold the water. It's a visual image of it. You'll see the retaining wall in the background. And you'll see that in a minute where it's actually being dug out. Next slide, please. The cost of the rainwater catchment project was initially estimated at $3.75 million. The Gold Ridge RCD the grantee applied to WCB Stream Flow Enhancement Program for approximately 55% of the original costs, with the remainder coming from the Harmony Union School District's local bond funding. Following the WCB funding, construction commenced on the project late in spring of 21. To date, all rainwater collection infrastructure has been installed and the concrete water cistern is partially constructed, as you can see in the picture. Next slide, please. Since the construction began, significant increases in project costs have occurred, stemming from several causes, including 2 significant change orders needed for project construction. The first involves substantial additional foundation to support for the concrete rainwater cistern. During the excavation of the cistern, weak and saturated soils were uncovered that had not been identified through the site geotechnical analysis. It was likely due to the discontinued nature of the problem soils. The borings performed from the site just simply missed the areas of the weak soil. The solution to this was to extract deeper, increasing the footprint and adding large amount of riprap at the base on which the tank foundation was constructed. The second significant increase involved the sealant for the concrete cistern. The sealant specified in the original plans was determined by the project structural engineer to be insufficient, and the replacement sealant had to be identified, which increased the cost of $250,000 alone on that. In addition, inflation is probably the largest factor in increasing the total project cost. Due to supply chain and labor disruptions stemming from COVID and other external factors, a rapid run-up of costs for fuel, labor, and materials has impacted the construction industry. The rainwater catchment system is part of a larger project improvements to the school's campus, and other components of the project have had to be impacted by recent cost escalations. The school district considers the rainwater system to be the highest priority and has eliminated some of the elements of the larger project as a means of accommodating the increased costs. To minimize the impacts to the school's annual operating budget, a request of approximately $1.23 million and additional funding from WCB, which is 55% of the original or of the cost overruns, was requested. And that's what this proposal is for you today, and staff recommends the project as proposed.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Any board member questions, comments? Any board members on Zoom?
No questions.
So I have a quick question.
Sure.
How often do these augmentations come up? Because it seems like there was an initial grant and then something was identified where the project needs more, and so that was explained. I mean, there are some things in here like okay, there was a site geotechnical analysis that didn't identify some soils correctly. How do we allocate sort of, sort of whose fault was that, and where should that additional funding come from? Like, who does that analysis of where the additional funding should come from?
I think the oversight on the soil issue was just the placement of the drilling that they did in the first place. And then when they did more technical study to start the project, they found that out. And, I don't know how you could, unless you spend a lot of money upfront to identify that and correct for that, I think that's the time that you would catch it, other than having to come back. As far as augmentations, we do make augmentations on occasion. They're not common, but they do arise, and it's really based on unforeseen circumstances, unforeseen obstacles that arise during the project development.
Damon, I'd say from the department's perspective, and we run, many granting programs. I do see an increase in the past, 6 to 9 months of augmentations because of supply chain. But, also in this case, I can't speak to a board's grantee, which grantee may have contractual relationships with consultants, and whether there's any cause between consultant and grantee,
Okay,
about
thanks.
performance.
Any other board member questions? Any public comment?
There are no raised hands.
Great, thank you. So do I have a motion?
I'll move approval. of Salmon Creek Pool Water Conservation Organization.
Great, moved by,
I'll second it.
great. So we have a motion and a second. Chuck Bonham,
Aye.
Sally Lukenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray.
Oh.
Samantha Murray,
Sorry, aye.
great, thank you. Alina Bokde,
Aye.
Damon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. So moving on to item number 25. The Bale Slough Bear Creek Tributary Restoration Project. This is to consider a grant to the Napa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Alyssa Benedetti on our staff will present you the project. And I just like the board to recognize and go on the record that Alyssa just recently got married, so congratulations. And so I just had to check her new name, so it's Benedetti, so please proceed.
Thanks, John. This project is a proposal to increase in-stream habitat, enhance flows during rearing and foraging life stages for steelhead trout, and reduce fine sediment discharge in Bale Slough, which is located near Rutherford in Napa County and connects the Bear Creek tributary to the main stem Napa River. This project provides continuity with the recently completed Napa River restoration projects, which were partially funded by WCB and used similar restoration methods. The WCB implementation grant that supported that work also included the design development for this current project. Next slide, please. So the Bale Slough and Bear Creek will be restored in a multi-phase approach that includes 14 distinct restoration sites in 3 construction groups. In this map, you can see Bear Creek coming in from the lower left, and then the Napa River main stem on the lower right. The portion that's being proposed for funding today is the light pink area, which is Group A, sites 1 through 5. Grading activities at these sites involve creating 3 floodplain bench features and a secondary channel. Additionally, 18 large wood structures will be installed to create pools and provide habitat complexity. Banks will be stabilized to prevent erosion, and a total of 3.3 acres of native riparian vegetation will be planted within the floodplain and along the banks. Next slide, please. So these are a couple of photos of the existing conditions at the Group A sites during high winter flows. So you can see how the slough is quite straight and channelized with undercut banks providing little to no habitat or refugia for steelhead and other aquatic species of interest. Next slide. Next slide, please. And just very quickly, there's another shot of in very eroded bank. And this was taken in June, so under dry conditions. Next slide, please. So the Bale Slough is adjoined on both sides by vineyards, and this project garnered some great landowner support in the form of land donations. Since the riparian area has been constricted by agricultural development over time, reclaiming some of the space will create a buffer zone to accommodate the new floodplain features and allow for more seasonal inundation. So the flat area shown here in the photo is the site where the secondary channel is planned. And the vineyard rows used to extend towards the creek past where the gentleman in the photo is standing, and they've actually been cleared back already to prepare for the project. And those healthy oak trees that you can see in the background will be preserved there in a sort of Oak Island feature where the main channel will be on one side and the secondary channel will be on the other. And next slide. So finally, there's a couple photos from the completed restoration sites. This is down on the Napa River. And the photo on the left, the new native plants are establishing along the left sloping bank there. So all graded and disturbed areas at the Bale Slough sites will be revegetated in a similar manner. The initial removal of non-native species may involve limited and targeted herbicide treatment. And this would be before the native plants go in and only for the initial treatment. These areas will be the planted areas will be irrigated and maintained for 3 years to make sure the native plants can establish. And any further maintenance during this time is going to be hand weeding, mechanical removal of any weeds that might reemerge during that time. Staff recommends approving this project as proposed, and Jeremy Sarro from the Napa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District is in the audience and can respond to any questions you have.
Great. Thank you, Alyssa. Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a question. Because of this application, I learned more about getting rid of Himalayan blackberries than I ever wanted to know. But I'm wondering if the applicant would consider using an alternative to glyphosate on the blackberries. I understand that metsulfuron methyl is as effective and has at least hard to find the same level of concerns about it as you can find it on glyphosate. So.
Jeremy Sarah, Napa County Flood Control Water Conservation District. Greeting board members, appreciate having the opportunity. And yes, actually, as I was listening to the earlier discussion regarding alternatives to glyphosate to treat Himalayan blackberry, that was news to me, and that was good news. And we have no problem using Garlon for treatment of Himalayan blackberry, and actually precluding use of any glyphosate within the project. Because as mentioned, we will only intend on using it on a couple target key species and only during kind of the initial treatment, and thereafter using mechanical methods to kind of manage any long-term resprouts or regrowth of primarily Himalayan blackberry, vinca, and then arundo. And really that's about it. Everything else, just hand weeding mechanical methods. So yes, we have no problem using Garlon as an alternative to glyphosate for Himalayan blackberry treatment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any other board member questions?
John, where, I know this is general fund, I think
Right.
funding, what bucket is it coming from?
It's coming out of the environmental flow water that we got last year under SB 170, the water resiliency package for environmental flows. And so it's part of, I believe, the 200 or $31 million to protect fish and wildlife resource from changing conditions, which included the environmental flow parameters.
Okay, thank you.
I think Catherine should move approval.
Great. So do we have a motion on this particular project?
I'll move approval. I was waiting for Catherine because it's a response to.
All right,
I'll second your motion.
Great, second. So great. We have a motion and a second. Chuck Bonham. Sally Lukenbill,
Aye.
Samantha Murray,
Aye.
Alina Bokday,
Aye.
Eamon Nagami,
Aye.
Fran Pavley,
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 25. Or no, 26, I'm sorry. The Mammoth 395 Wildlife Crossing Planning Project. This is to consider a grant to the California Department of Transportation in partnership with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, BLM, Eastern Sierra Land Trust, and Don Crocker on our staff will present the project. Don?
Thank you, John. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to Caltrans for a cooperative project with CDFW, the Eastern Sierra Land Trust, and the United States Bureau of Land Management to complete the designs and environmental compliance necessary to create a wildlife crossing corridor along US Highway 395 in Mono County. Next slide, please. The Eastern Sierra is a unique place. The high peaks of the mountain range quickly drop in elevation and transition into high desert, which provides a dramatic and picturesque landscape. It also has a low density of year-round residents that remains relatively undeveloped. This has left much of the region's wildlife habitat intact, which supports a high level of biodiversity while retaining the carrying capacity to support large populations of species whose numbers have dropped in areas more impacted by urban development. The mule deer is one of these species, and the Eastern Sierras remain one of the few places where mule deer are still able to continue their annual migration cycle of feeding during the summer at high elevation and wintering in nearby lowlands. The relative lack of buildings and fences have allowed the deer to follow many of their historical routes, but there remains a significant barrier between seasonal habitats, and that's US Highway 395. If only local residents were using the roadway, there would be much less concern about this barrier. But each year, the unspoiled nature that provides such excellent habitat also attracts millions of visitors to the region in order to take advantage of outdoor recreation opportunities or to just simply drive the roads and observe the incredible scenery. Highway 395 is the primary route these tourists take into the area, and this transfers the rural highway into a busy traffic artery with a continuous presence of vehicles moving at freeway speeds. Next slide, please. 395 runs along the eastern base of the Sierra Nevadas and provides a pretty good demarcation between the mountainous habitat to the west and the high desert to the east. The road runs for hundreds of miles in the north and south directions, so going around is not an option for mule deer. And if they want to make the seasonal transition between habitats, they are going to have to cross the road. Not surprisingly, this is resulting in a high number of vehicle-wildlife collisions that pose a risk to vehicle safety, and in most cases, the death of the animal that was struck. The area of 395 between Crowley Lake and the town of Mammoth Lakes has a disproportionately high number of these collisions. It has an annual average of 57 deer vehicle collisions and is considered the worst wildlife vehicle collision hotspot in the eastern Sierra Nevada. The numbers are so high here because 2 mule deer herds use the area as a migration corridor, leading to frequent interactions between deer and traffic on 395. One of these herds, the Casa Diablo mule deer herd, has had a 55% decline since 2014. While not the sole cause of this drop, traffic-related fatalities have made a significant contribution. This has led to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's 2020 California State Action Plan, which was developed in conjunction with CDFW and the Bureau of Land Management, to identify the area as a priority mule deer migration corridor, and to its listing on CDFW's Wildlife Barrier Priorities list. Mule deer were listed as the primary driver for the department's decision, but it also cites mountain lions, black bears, and sage grouse as species that are being significantly impacted by 395. Next slide, please. Now, here's a picture I took of 395 in the middle of the project area. The first thing you want to look at that is 4 lanes wide, but it has an extremely wide median. This design allows vehicles to travel at top speeds, and the road has a 65 mile/hour speed limit. Looking at this picture, you might seem like this is not a problem. The road appears flat and straight with long sight lines, but looks are deceiving. There are many small ridges that can effectively shield deer crossing the highway and oncoming traffic from each other's vision. The result is that a fast-moving vehicle can suddenly appear and cause a vehicle-wildlife collision before either the driver or the migrating deer have a chance to react. Next slide, please. This barrier is different from some of the other barriers WCB has looked at because there's no obvious pinch point where it makes sense to concentrate our efforts. The collision hotspot between Crowley Lake and Mammoth Lakes is about 15 miles long with several places where animals attempt to cross. The solution here is to provide as many ways across the barrier as possible. So this project will complete the environmental review and preliminary designs for several connectivity improvements. This includes 18 miles of wildlife exclusion fencing with wildlife jump outs and cattle guards, enhancement of 1 existing undercrossing and the construction of 3 new undercrossings, construction of 2 new wildlife overcrossings, and an investigation into the use of intelligent transportation system elements like flashing beacons that will warn motorists when wildlife is present. Next slide, please. More specifically, the project will conduct the necessary technical studies of biological, cultural, historical, visual, and paleontological resources. An environmental review phase will complete the project CEQA NEPA documentation. This review will have stakeholder consultations that include the Eastern Sierra Wildlife Stewardship Team, and there will be an opportunity for public review and a meeting where those who are interested will have a chance to comment. Once that review process has selected preferred alternatives, designs for the project components will be developed to the 45% level. And a Caltrans project report will be completed that will make the project ready for implementation. Therefore, staff recommends the board approve this project as proposed. In the online audience is Katie Rodriguez from Caltrans. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Don. Any board member questions?
So 2 questions. One is, so at the end of this planning process, Caltrans will have kind of a project ready plan. So does that mean then it will go into some type of a budget request for Caltrans to fund, or what, has there been conversation about how this might get funded in the future, the implementation side of this, and where's Caltrans thinking on that process?
Right. It hasn't, let me, Katie Rodriguez from Caltrans, if you're still online, could you raise your hand? I think she's the proper person to address this, but
Okay.
We have not had discussions in terms of WCB funding anything at the next step.
Katie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Those mute buttons are tough, I
Right.
know.
Katie, if you're there, you're still muted, I think.
I'll take a run at
Okay.
the question.
All right.
This is a pretty regular dynamic between the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Caltrans. And I'd say the important part is we'll never get to the construction and funding question if we also don't have a partnership to do the design, planning, and permitting.
You know, it's a 4-year period too. There's a lot of time to talk about implementation funding before we get there. And the way this one is, this is sort of a suite of projects. So we will be able to chunk off parts for funding. You know, it doesn't need to be all done at one time, but there is a big cost savings by doing the planning and the environmental review at the same time.
And the board agenda references a technical report from the department in 2020. This is a priority in that analysis, and we're hyper-focused on doing every one of the priority barriers we've identified.
Can you guys hear me?
I mean, I think it's a very worthwhile project and appreciate the presentation. I just think, you know, these projects are expensive. So in terms of the implementation, so just
This computer?
curious where,
Yeah, it's the mic.
yeah, what Caltrans is thinking. Okay,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
now we can. Thank you.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I was having technical issues that I just found out now. Yeah, this is Katie Rodriguez. I'm the biology branch chief for Caltrans in District 9 in Bishop. To go back to the question.
We're having a really hard time
Okay.
hearing you,
Actually,
Katie.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, to go back to the question about Caltrans funding. We are still awaiting guidance for the potential funding for wildlife connectivity projects through the federal infrastructure bill. But we don't have guidance on that yet. So we do want to keep that open, but otherwise we will seek additional grant funding or any type of private donations or any other types of funding sources.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. John, what bucket does this come from?
This comes out of SB 170 under the 21-22 Budget Act of 170, particularly protect fish and wildlife. I mean, no, I'm sorry, there's drought impacts on fish and wildlife, including wildlife corridors and fish passage.
Yeah.
So it's the wildlife corridor funding.
All right. Table, but we'll expand the table. Thank you.
Quick question. Seems like a really exciting project. Supportive. I'm just curious about the scale. So it sounds like you said, I understand undercrossings, like with culverts and things like that. For an overcrossing, And so there are gonna be two overcrossings. What's the scale that we're talking about? Like, is it doesn't seem like it needs to be as big as like a Liberty Canyon, but
Oh,
is
no,
it
no,
like smaller
it's-
than that?
yeah. Liberty Canyon's really an outlier. That's why it costs $68 million. It's 10 lanes plus, a frontage road. This is 4 lanes and, they'll have more options. Katie can probably speak closer, more specifically about that, but it is much smaller and it will cost much less to do than the Wallace Annenberg ones will.
Great, thank you.
Great. Any other board member questions? Any public comments?
We have one raised hand.
All right, can you call them out, Alexa, please?
Beth Pratt, you can unmute yourself now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, nice to see you all, Senator Pavley, John Donnelly, Director Bonham, and thank you for having me. I'm actually coming to you from the Sierra today outside Yosemite. Just want to speak in support of this project. It is, for so many reasons, one of the few migratory paths we actually do have in California with the mule deer. It's just so critical as somebody who lives in the Sierra and recognizing the immense biodiversity. I also, when the time, wanted to address your question about the funding, and what we did find with the Wallace Annenberg and with others is it really is crucial to get these planning dollars, which is the hardest, done, and then the rest follow actually easier. And also I have been advising on this and have pledged to Katie and the team when it does come time for construction to help with achieving those dollars, whether it be private or otherwise, to get to that phase. So we are really excited about helping with this as well. And it's just such a crucial project. And then also, I apologize if this is against protocol. I also wanted to express my support for item 27, but I have to run to another meeting. But again, nice seeing all of you, and just cannot support this project enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Beth.
yes, there is no other project that will be as big as the Wallace Annenberg crossing. You are absolutely correct with that.
Great, thank you. All right, so do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the item.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Chuck Bonham.
Aye.
Sally Lukenbill.
Aye.
Samantha Murray.
Aye.
Belina Bokde.
Aye.
Damon Nagami.
Aye.
Fran Pavley.
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great, motion carries. So that brings us to item 27 in the agenda, the Agora Hills, the Santa Monica Mountains Gateway Project. David Dodds on our staff will present you the project. David?
Good afternoon. The proposal is to consider the allocation of $2.3 million for a cooperative grant to the Mountain Recreation and Conservation Authority for the purchase of 8 acres in the city of Agora Hills. The Santa Monica Mountains Gateway property, also referred to as the Cornerstone property, is located in northern Los Angeles County in the city of Agora Hills. The 8-acre property consists of 26 contiguous parcels and is subject to a tentative subdivision map for a proposed mixed-use residential commercial development. The property is located approximately 1.5 miles west of the under construction wildlife crossing at Annenberg at Liberty Canyon. Los Angeles County designated the property as part of the Santa Monica Mountains Significant Ecological Area, and the property forms part of the northern gateway to the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area east of Ladyface Mountain. Finally, the Mountain Recreation Conservation Authority's 320-acre Triangle Ranch forms the bulk of the western approach to Liberty Canyon and is just borders the property to the south. The Triangle Ranch was purchased in part with a prior grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board. Next slide, please. The gentle slope, mostly north-facing property features volcanic substrate with deep soils supporting valley oak, savanna, and California black walnut. The upslope rocky terrain supports a high diversity of native grasses and wildflower species. intermixed with those oak properties. This is an example, the slide here is an example of that kind of mixed savanna and oak woodland. And that is Ladyface Mountain in the background. The property is accessible from Agora Road and Cornell Road with existing dirt road, which will be dedicated as a public trail. I believe that is just south of where this photograph is taken. And the Paramount Connector Ranch Trail will connect all of these public access points in the area. The property, the subject property that we're considering today will not have public parking, but access will be from neighboring properties through that trail system. Threatened and endangered species documented on the property include the federally listed Agora Hills Dudleya and the California endangered species candidate crotch bumblebee. Sensitive species present include Ojai navarita, and the property is a connector habitat for deer and mountain lion. The Mountain Recreation and Conservation Authority will own and manage the property. As mentioned, they own the neighboring 320-acre ranch. They also own or manage an additional 80,000 acres in Los Angeles County and the Santa Monica Mountains. This is a cooperative grant with the authority. The proposal is for WCB to contribute $2.3 million and the authority $330,000. The fair market appraised value of the property is $2,630,000. That's been approved by the Department of General Services. And if the project is approved, we plan to, everything is in place to close title to the property by the end of December and relieving that development pressure. The owners of the property have accepted the approved appraisal price and are ready to sell the property as long as it can be completed by the end of the year. The staff recommendation is to approve the project as proposed. On the phone are either Paul Edelman, Chief of Natural Resources and Planning with the authority, or Chad Christensen, Deputy Director, if there are any questions.
Thank you, David. Any board member comments? Questions? Anybody online?
I was waiting to hear if Paul was online. Maybe not. I'd be glad to offer a comment if it's appropriate.
Sure, please.
It's a small acreage, I get that, but it's really unique. It is, you can see from that past picture with the mountains in the background, it is the gateway to the whole south of the 101, opening up to the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area. And when we incorporated 40 years ago this month, I was the first mayor 40 years ago. This was always one of those key properties. And what's happened in those subsequent years, WCB and the Conservancy does amazing jobs in getting Triangle Ranch properties on the north and the south side of the freeway. This will be a great property for extending east-west into the crossing, which the Wildlife Conservation Board was so important with. This was an SEA designated by LA County before we incorporated. A Native Plant Society has done amazing amount of research there, and you listed many endangered plants, California walnut trees, valley oaks, amazing scenic property. And across the way, as far as public access, is a wonderful sort of rustic, funky shopping center that people love going to. I can see people parking there and using the trail connection to Paramount Ranch. It's owned by the National Park Service, and it's just about 1.5 miles, as you said, to the wildlife crossing where they're making an overlook for people to see. So it'll be, for those of you who don't live in the Santa Monica Mountains, on weekends, it represents the diversity of LA because people really enjoy coming out there, and this will be a good place to stop. And there's actually bus stops in that area that we don't often have out there, but so it's accessible. So I think this would be a great 40th anniversary gift for the city of Agoura Hills. It's in the city limits and the MRCA is going to be maintaining it in perpetuity as well as the other properties. So.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
Oh, there's a couple raised hands.
Okay.
It
Call
looks
out
like
the
we
names.
have one from Office of Senator Skinner.
Mean Office of Senator Stern?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes, okay. This is Catherine Baxter. I am zooming in today on behalf of State Senator Henry Stern. Senator Stern submitted a letter of support for this project. And I just I'm here today to reiterate that support and urge the board on his behalf to approve funding for the acquisition. The project will help to provide habitat connectivity as mentioned in the staff report. That is essential for protecting wildlife and the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area. That's a big priority for Senator Stern. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Up next, Celeste.
The next would be Chad Christensen.
Hello, this is Chad Christensen, Deputy Chief of Natural Resources and Planning for the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. And I just wanted to express our gratitude for the consideration of this project on behalf of our agency, the Santa Monica Mountains, and people who use the property. On the slide that's visible there to the bottom, which is actually north, there will be a linear park from Agoura Hills over the Cheeseboro Creek there. They'll provide parking and restroom facilities for people who want to access the trail facilities on site. And we just think this is a great project. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Chad.
And the next is Mary Ann Rush.
Thank you so much. My name is Mary Ann Rush, and I'm a citizen here in Agoura Hills. Hi, Fran. Nice to see you. I am one of those people that got the little card table and stood in front of Ralph's and got everybody to sign the petition to save Triangle Ranch. And I've also been somebody that went to City Hall to fight to get the money put into the bucket to try and buy Triangle Ranch from the city. So I just adore this piece of property. Like Fran said, there's a cute little restaurant where my daughter works and everyone loves to sit on the patio and just look up at those mountains. And when they're green, they are so green. And we are just down the road from, the wildlife bridge that's getting born. And I have the Westlake Village Garden Club behind me, and we donated money to that. And this is just so exciting to save the future. I'm now a grandma and I want this land to be saved for my granddaughter and, for them to see land, not another shopping center. So I'd like you to help the endangered species that are on that property, the crotch bumblebee, the California Native Plant Society found the Ojai narrative, I can't even say it, Naritaia, that's present, the federal and state listed Pentacata that's there, the Santa Susana tar plant. We have so many beautiful plants that are up there, and we've been in a drought. So there might even be more golden nuggets of plants that are up there, as well as the oak trees that are ecosystems for all the owls and the birds and everything that lives on our mountains. So I implore you to please process this grant and help our town, because this is the gateway. And when people get off the freeway and come down Canaan Road, the folks in Malibu just exhale. Oh, thank God. I'm home. I'm out of the city. I'm in the mountains. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you will help this project. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Alexa?
There are no more raised hands.
Great. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move approval of this item.
All right. So we have a motion.
I'll second.
All right. Chuck and Catherine seconded. So Chuck Bonham.
Aye.
Sally Lukenbill.
Aye.
Samantha Murray.
Aye.
Alina Bokde. Aye. Damon Nagami.
Aye.
Rand Pavley.
Aye.
And Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, David. So that brings us to our last presentation item in the agenda, the Newhall Pass project. This is to consider a grant to the Santa Monica Mountains and Recreation Conservation District for a design and planning project for Newhall Pass at I-5. Before Don presents the project to you, I just do want to get on the record that came to us before or after the agenda went out. And that is support letters from Senator Henry Stern, Los Angeles County Supervisor, 5th District, Catherine Barger, LA County Supervisor, 3rd District, Sheila Kuehl, for Mr. George Lang, Chairperson of the Mountains and Recreation Conservation Authority, Ronald Kaczynski, Caltrans District 70 Deputy Director for Divisions of Environmental and Planning, and then EJ Remsen, Senior Project Director at the Nature Conservancy. With that, Don, please present.
Great, thank you, John. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains for a project to develop the planning, designs, and environmental review for a wildlife overpass across Interstate 5 in the Newhall Pass region near Santa Clarita in Los Angeles County. Next slide, please. Newhall Pass is on the northern edge of the San Fernando Valley in Southern California. It's a relatively low elevation mountain pass located where the Santa Susana Mountains meet the San Gabriel Mountains. The Santa Susanas, west of the pass, form the northern boundary of the valley. They are oak woodland and chaparral habitat dominant and run all the way to the Santa Monica Mountains along the coast. The San Gabriels east of the pass are a much larger range that is mostly contained within the Angeles National Forest and a nearly 350,000 acre national monument. They started in an elevation around 1,000 feet and contain peaks as high as 10,000 feet. This very geology has led to equally diverse habitats with oak woodlands dominant in the foothills that transition into coniferous forests at higher elevations. Historically, wildlife was free to move between the Santa Susanas and the San Gabriels. That all changed when Interstate 5 was installed and became the primary north-south transportation corridor in the state. The roadway is now up to 10 lanes wide with around-the-clock traffic. This has created a nearly impenetrable barrier for wildlife and effectively ended the genetic exchange between most wildlife populations in the newly isolated fragments. Connectivity is further complicated by State Route 14. SR 14 is a locally important commuter route, and while it doesn't have the traffic of I-5, it still creates a significant obstacle for migrating wildlife. Next slide, please. This is a picture I took on I-5 in Newhall Pass. It's 10 lanes wide and is designed for cars to move at freeway speed. I took this picture kind of early in the morning, so there's not as much traffic, but if I took this picture an hour later, it would have been dense rush hour traffic. You can also see too that there are also retaining walls on both sides of the road and in the middle of the roadway. So even if an animal was able to avoid the traffic, it would still be trapped by the concrete barriers. Next slide, please. The loss of connectivity between the Santa Susanas and the San Gabriels has been recognized as a serious problem by most resource managers in the region. And CDFW's Essential Habitat Connectivity Project lists the area as an essential connectivity area. Regional plans such as the Rim of the Valley Corridor Project have also prioritized restoring connectivity in the past in order to reconnect the Los Angeles County's significant ecological areas on both sides of I-5. The species most imperiled by the I-5 barrier is the Southern California population of mountain lions. This subgroup suffers from severe inbreeding and is at risk of local extinction, possibly in as soon as 10 years. The biggest driver of these genetic concerns is the inability of adult lions to migrate to new breeding habitat due to barriers created by roads and other urban development. Recognizing I-5 and Newhall Pass as being one of the most significant of these barriers, CDFW included the region on its wildlife barriers priority list. Mule deer were also listed as species of concern for this barrier, and though they may not have the same genetic issues as the mountain lion, they have also been negatively impacted by I-5. Next slide, please. The project you are considering today will take the first step to restoring wildlife connectivity in Newhall Pass by developing the designs and completing the environmental review necessary to install a wildlife overcrossing. The project will begin with public outreach to establish a stakeholder group and a technical advisory committee that will guide the process. The next step will be a feasibility study that will be used to identify the alternatives for a new crossing in the project area. The stakeholders will then be consulted to select a preferred alternative, and which will lead to the development of 30% and 60% level designs. Any necessary CEQA and NEPA documentation will also be completed under the environmental review task. And finally, a Caltrans project initiation document will be prepared that will get the project ready for implementation. Next slide, please. When implemented, the project's most immediate beneficiary will be the mountain lions facing an inbreeding crisis. But beyond the mountain lions and the previously mentioned mule deer, there are a number of sensitive species, such as the western gray squirrel, California quail, roadrunner, and badger that will benefit from having an extended habitat range. A new overcrossing will also help prevent wildlife vehicle collisions and reduce the needless death and suffering of wildlife while improving vehicle safety. And it will help with adaptation to climate change if future conditions reduce habitat carrying capacity and compel wildlife to seek new home ranges. Therefore, staff recommends the project be approved as proposed. In the audience is Clark Stevens from the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains and Isaac Brown from Stillwater Sciences. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Don. Any board member questions? Right, anyone on the phone?
Catherine Baxter.
Hey, just again, here today on behalf of State Senator Henry Stern. Again, not a question, just Senator Stern submitted a letter of support for this planning project, and I'm here to reiterate that support and again urge the board on his behalf to approve funding here. This habitat linkage and design project, as noted, will enhance regional wildlife connectivity between the Santa Susana and San Gabriel Mountains, and also by extension, the Santa Monica Mountains, and something that the Senator cares passionately about. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Catherine. All right, Clark.
Thank you for having us here today and for to the board for consideration of the proposal. I have with me two of the several co-authors of this proposal, Dr. Isaac Brown from Stillwater Science and Andy Schrader from the city of Los Angeles, who've been on this project from the beginning to help develop what you see before you in that proposal. I did the math. It was 8 years ago, almost to the day I was standing in front of this board in a much less nice room, asking for the initial funding for the Liberty Canyon Wildlife Passage Project and Phase 1 underpass improvements, habitat improvements project. We know where we are now. We are, so we're here before you again, and thank you for your consideration of the next critical crossing in that rim of the valley. So if you go north from Liberty, head east, this is where you come next. And unlike Liberty, we have a number of opportunities here. Liberty, we had 1,600 feet to work with. At Newhall Pass, there's about 5 miles, but also it's the Y, the divide between the Los Angeles watershed and the Santa Clara River watershed. 2 creeks, Newhall and the South Fork of the Santa Clara, head towards the city of Santa Clarita. And that provides not only a lot of linear opportunities for habitat connections, north, south, and east, west, but also introduces a number of roads. So this study will look not only at the 5, which is the photo that Don showed, but also at existing opportunities at the 14, and then some significant collector roads in between Sierra Highway and the old road, what's called the old road. And I would also like to mention that the community-based process for this will connect the city of Santa Clarita, who I want to laud as one of the cities who, instead of having land to sell to the Wildlife Conservation Board, is actually buying land for open space. And so on the east side of the 5 and on the 14, we have them to thank for the open space that exists. And on the west, it's MRCA, another one of our partners on the project here. But all of that territory is Tataviam territory. And so as appropriate, the Tataviam is our host organization for the outreach project. So rather than being at the table, they'll be leading the invitation to the table for conversations about access and integration of the communities there, many of which do fall on the social vulnerability scale to the south on the Los Angeles watershed side. So with that, I'd like to a couple of public comment from our team members, a couple of people here. We have again, Dr. Isaac Brown, who is the science lead for the project, and Andy Schrader, who is representing the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us today. We've crafted a leading edge science approach
for designing and locating this crossing. It supports two key objectives. We've already talked about the wildlife in detail. The other one I think that was brought up earlier today is that it contributes toward a regional vision for climate resilient conservation network for LA and the Santa Clara River watershed. Our process starts by carefully considering the work that's been done. It's been mentioned by CDFW and National Park Service on connectivity. And then folding in some of the work done by City of LA and LA County on our biodiversity and connectivity modeling and our ecotopes framework. The ecotopes framework aims to provide this climate resilient network. And this is a key location in that network. And the approach to that tool is based on the Nature Conservancy's Connecting Nature Stage concept, which is it proposes conservation of networks that preserve the ecological conditions that drive long-term change in the landscape, or geodiversity. And by protecting this network, we can conserve the stage that nature will play out on over the next 100 years and really the lifespan of this infrastructure project. So I think it's really critically important to factor this in. And so this site is really at the perfect spot for this. It is a geodiversity and biodiversity hotspot. It's at the meeting of the San Gabriel's, Santa Susana's, the LA River watershed, the Santa Clara River watershed. It is a hotspot, and it's really the perfect place for a corridor. And I just want to point out one of my favorite indicators of that is we do have conifers in the city of LA, and the big cone Douglas fir patch, a unique patch of that is right on the adjacent side of the freeway to this project. And that is a great indicator of this hotspot in a really great location for a crossing. And so just to conclude, we'll be using the latest connectivity modeling tools, a suitability analysis that's going to really make our decisions clear with our public and our stakeholder group. And then finally, that'll lead us to a single crossing design that optimizes biological performance, cost savings, and contributes to a new ecological identity and gateway for Southern California.
Thank you.
Hello, I don't want to be the person between you and lunch, but Andy Schrader with the LA City Council member Paul Koretz. I wanted to give you kind of the 30,000 foot view of what we've been up to in the city of Los Angeles. I know the city hasn't always necessarily been a natural partner with the Wildlife Conservation Board, but we've been working really hard to change that in the last decade. Councilmember Koretz launched the biodiversity initiative that Dr. Brown mentioned, and actually he headed up for the city to create an LA City Biodiversity Index, improving on the Singapore City Index. Actually, the woman who created the Singapore Index said when she saw ours that she would have to update hers. So we're pretty proud of that. And under that umbrella, then Councilmember Koretz launched a wildlife connectivity pilot between the 405 and the 101 in the Santa Monica Mountains. And then inspired by the governor's 30 by 30 initiative, we expanded that this last year. The city council expanded that to a wildlife habitat master plan, which 6 council members, mainly the ones around the valley, authored legislation asking staff to work across jurisdictions, to work with tribes, to work with state agencies, to see if we could create a connectivity from Ventura County across the Liberty Canyon crossing to the LA County significant ecological areas, to our pilot, to the rim of the valley, and all the way to the San Gabriel's. And that's stage 1. LA County has asked us for stage 2 to move into the desert regions, and we find that really exciting too. So then this project is an essential next step after Liberty Canyon to really connect the linkages that we want. We've got a whole bunch of other things that hopefully you'll be hearing about soon. But you know, our plants and animals really need the ability to migrate as climate change gets worse. And we're here in strong support of the staff recommendation and in strong appreciation too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other, Damon?
Thank you. It's a fantastic project. Thanks to you all for coming up. Just really quick, John, which pot of funding is this from?
This was also out of the corridor money that we received last year under SB 120. It's Senate Bill 129 or AB 129 or Senate Bill 170. And it was for the corridor money for drought impacts on fish and wildlife.
Great, thank you.
So, and I'd just like to point out, I know they talked about the protection that Santa Clarita, the city of Santa Clarita has done on the city side, and then the protection that's across I-5 on the other side. And I just want the board to realize that you guys have invested significantly in those projects as well. I think if many, if not all of them, the protection projects along this particular corridor was invested in by the Wildlife Conservation Board. So just an FYI. So do I have a motion? Any other comments or questions, Celeste?
I'll just make a comment in this day of partisan kinds of commentary, mostly from out of state, but Santa Clarita and Catherine Barker from the supervisors, there is no line drawn that Republicans are on one side and Democrats on the other. This is collaborative work together, all sharing the same values and the same promises of open space and parks and access for all. And it's Santa Clarita incorporated the year after we did, and they have made it one of their values for their city and all the people who live there to provide that open space and public access. So they've been a great partner in this whole sort of greater rim of the valley corridor. And Joe Edmonston, in his brilliant ways, on the advisory council for the Santa Monica Conservancy, every little city that's in their zone, whether it's rim of the valley or in their territory, has a seat at the advisory council meetings that meet at the same time as the board meetings. So you need a huge room, bigger than this, for like 40 people. But there's been such great collaboration and support for these kinds of concepts. And with the, of course, recognition of creating public access in people's backyards, literally, with a county of 10 million people. So it's really quite a story if you can save those spaces ahead of time, and then you can put on the crossings for wildlife. So thank you for WCB and Department of Fish and Wildlife for paying so much interest in Southern California.
Great, thank you, Senator. Any other board member comments?
Let's get this one done fast.
Of the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the item as staff recommends.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. I have a motion and a second. So Chuck Bonham.
Aye.
Sally Lukenbill.
Aye.
Samantha Murray.
Aye.
Alina Bokde. Aye. Damon Nagami.
Aye.
Fran Pavley.
Aye.
Catherine Phillips.
Aye.
Great. Okay, that brings us to the last item in the agenda, which is item number 29, which just references our board meeting dates for 2023. Recognizing that we will have a board meeting sometime in early January to consider the 3 items that were postponed during today's meetings, items 17, 18, and 19. But I would like to ask the board that going forward in 2023, we're going to plan on a much longer meeting probably, and probably looking for all the meetings to start at 10 the way they do now, but recognizing that we may take a break during lunch, having a half an hour break for lunch, and then come back after that.
That's probably a good idea.
And what I will have Mary do to work with all of your assistants is to get these meetings calendared to end at 4 o'clock. That'll be our goal. So it'll be 10 to 4. And I know these are long meetings. That's just the way we're going, and that's okay. But I want you guys to be prepared to be able to spend the time that you need here to make the decisions that you all need to make. And I want to be able to provide you the information to do that. And we just need the time to do that. So I need you to carve that time out, and recognizing that we will go forward with these meetings based on a quorum. not a full member board. I think right now we have a full member board at all of them. But recognizing that we will move forward with just a quorum as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think we're done for today.
Thanks, everybody. Adjourn. See you in January. Have a great holiday season if I don't see you before.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye-bye.